present their case to the public today. These applications were for, one, a license for distribution of electricity in the entire country. The other one is a license for sale and supply of the electricity to the last user. And of course, by inference, they have applied for tariff performance parameters to be applicable upon the natural end of Umeme Limited's concession.
Your comments at today's engagement will be very useful in guiding the Electricity Regulatory Authority to make a final decision on the UEDCL's application. I therefore urge you, all of you, to actively participate in this engagement and to wish you an effective deliberation.
First focus lies on delivering a service to the customer, that is through a customer service excellence. But that one goes hand in hand with operational efficiency. We believe that the business and the activities we're going to do, they will be in a position to sustain a tariff neutral. We do here request the regulator to grant UEDCL a license for distribution of electricity and the sale of electricity in Uganda. And the second request is to request the regulator to approve our revenue requirement as at the 1st of April 2025, totaling to 4 trillion shillings. I therefore submit.
One, from the presentation that was highlighted, is a plan to change from postpaid to prepaid meters. This for us in our thinking is laborious from the operational aspect, but also based on ATC credit rating. If you do your checks with Umeme, based on the figures that I've illustrated, do we have an exception for that based on our credit rating and how much we are consuming in a year? Secondly, in terms of the work management center from Umeme, it's been responsive given the kind of availability that we need. We would want to understand whether UEDCL is going to retain that.
UEDCL has a pole plant and manufactures poles. So basically, they've been our competitor. Now, what is going to happen to the other pole plants?
ATC, yeah, thank you very much, Ronald. You're also our customer. And we need to revolve by technology. The world is changing from postpaid environment to the new way of managing bills and transactions. Quality of service, we take that one into recognition.
Maria Magdalena has asked, will these changes affect the other running systems like the Yaka? Should I start paying in smaller amounts for the electricity bills until the changes take place? And I want to assure all of you that all your presentations and concerns will form part of the information in the decision making of the authority.
like to welcome you all to this public hearing in respect of applications received from the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, here with us to present their case to the public today. These applications were for, one, a license for distribution of electricity in the entire country. The other one is a license for sale and supply of electricity to the last user. And of course, by inference, they have applied for tariff performance parameters to be applicable upon the natural end of Umeme Limited's concession.
Your comments at today's engagement will be very useful in guiding the Electricity Regulatory Authority to make a final decision on the UEDCL's application.
According to records of the Uganda Company, from 1906, there was already electricity in Uganda, powered either by generators, steam, or suction gas, although it was only for limited use. The limited use was expanded with the introduction of thermal electricity around 1915, and finally, in 1954, the first hydropower plant was commissioned at the Owen Falls Dam in Jinja. The commissioning of the 180-megawatt Owen Falls Dam triggered a transformation of the country's nascent sector that in the early 2000s went through sweeping reforms that have placed Uganda's electricity sector at the highest ranking on the African continent. Today, Uganda boasts over 1,365.2 megawatt installed generation capacity from a mix of renewable energy technologies, including hydro, grid-connected solar, cogeneration, and thermal. What began as a plan to construct a single dam to support the growing economic activity in the country has now transformed into a robust, self-sufficient electricity supply industry with huge investment potential in the entire value chain of generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity.
The reforms brought about increased generation and also transmission and distribution. But the reforms also brought technology transfer because we have trained our own staff.
At the time of unbundling, we were talking about only 3 generation plants. But now as we speak today, we have grown to 41 generation plants.
We have seen increase in generation capacity in 2000 from a mere 280 megawatts to now 1,365.2 megawatts.
Owing to huge public and private investments in the electricity sector over the 2-decade period after the reforms, Uganda is currently home to some mind-blowing electricity infrastructure, such as large hydro plants, tunneled power plants, solar plants, harnessing the advantage of being located along the equator, and mini hydro plants from rivers that contour the Rwenzori and Elgon region. Commissioned in 2012, at the peak of an energy crisis occasioned by fast-growing demand for electricity and limited generation, the 250 megawatt Bujagali hydropower plant was the first largest privately owned hydroelectric energy source, not just in Uganda, but also in the East African region. Situated across the Victoria Nile, Bujagali harnesses the energy of its namesake, the Bujagali Falls in Uganda.
Back in 2004, there was a shortage of electricity, shortage of generation. They were operating with up to 12 hours rolling blackouts in Kampala every day. So the government at that stage decided to go to international tender for the construction of the Bujagali project.
In 2019, the country also welcomed the 183 megawatt Isimba hydropower plant, the first major power project to be built under public and private financing arrangements. Located 4 kilometers downstream of Simba Falls on the River Nile and approximately 50 kilometers downstream of the source of the Nile, Isimba is currently the second largest fully operational plant in Uganda. Uganda's electricity is now welcoming on board a new hydropower architectural marvel in the 600 megawatt Karuma underground plant. Not only is Karuma a boost to the country's energy portfolio, but it is also a stunning tourist attraction for both local and international tourists. Benefiting from the rapid development of photovoltaic technology, solar energy generation, as an important component of the renewable energy mix, has been witnessing an exponential increase across the globe for the past decade. Uganda's solar profile consists of 5 grid-connected solar photovoltaic plants with a combined capacity of 60 megawatts. 2 other smaller capacities serve in the Kalangala and Lolwe Islands, and a number of off-grid projects in the pipeline, expected to accelerate access to electricity in rural areas. All the energy generated is transmitted by a transmission grid stretching 3,386 kilometers and high-voltage substations that include the 60 MVA 132 33 kV Nkenda substation located in western Uganda. Nkenda substation is central for evacuating several power plants located in the Rwenzori sub-region and supports the heavy mining and agricultural activity in the region. This substation will also be the point of interconnection with the Democratic Republic of Congo. The 100 MVA 132 33 kV Tororo substation serves the far east and northern regions of Uganda and is the point of interconnection with Kenya. It evacuates the 10 megawatt Tororo Solar North plant and 10 megawatt Tororo Solar PV plant. This substation serves mainly industrial loads in the eastern region, including 3 cement factories. Commissioned in 2020, the 126 MVA 132/33 kV Iganga substation powers industrial activity in Uganda and the surrounding districts. Perhaps the largest on the list is the 400 MVA/220/132/33 kV Kawanda substation, which serves the main load centers in and around Kampala metropolitan area. It evacuates the 250 megawatt Bujagali hydropower plant and will receive power generated from the 600 megawatt Karuma hydropower plant upon commissioning. Kawanda substation is the main supply point for western Uganda, and the interconnection with Tanzania and Rwanda through its 220 kV backbone in Masaka and Mirama respectively, with 4 transformers serving 11 and 33 kV loads around the eastern part of Kampala city. The significance of Lugogo substation to Uganda's electricity supply industry cannot be undermined, as it houses the National Control Center, where dispatch of electricity across the country and interconnection with neighboring countries is controlled. The distribution segment comprises of 80 distribution substations across the country, which supports the delivery of quality supply to the different categories of consumers, ranging from domestic to extra-large industrial. Among these substations is the 28 MVA 33/11 kV Moniko substation, which not only supports the industrial load in Ugazi, but also evacuates the 26 megawatt cogeneration plant operated by Sugar Corporation of Uganda Limited, SCOW. Whereas Uganda's electricity distribution segment is run by 8 licenses, Umeme Limited, one of Africa's most benchmarked power distribution companies, operates 95% of the network.
We've actually made the sector financially viable and weaned it off from government subsidies. Losses have reduced from 8%, now we're talking 16.7%. Bill collections has gone up. Now we're running at an average of 99% over the last 10 years.
Our customers are now used to a continuous supply. And that goes a long way to speak to the improvement in the quality and reliability of supply. Now we are no longer talking about outages, we are talking about surges, blinks.
We are moving towards middle income. We are seeing total social transformation by giving this service.
Now we are talking about nearly 2 million households connected to the grid. But also we have done so well in creating an enabling environment for off-grids, mini-grid solar home systems, to the extent that now 38% of our access to green energy is through those technologies.
Right now, we can use the household equipment that we need, that we have, that we can afford.
So when you look at the journey over the last 17 years, it has been really very fast-paced. We've readied the platform for takeoff.
We promise that we shall continue to deliver our mandate as an electricity regulatory authority.
It has been a journey of a lot of focus and sacrifice from all of us to be able to build the electricity supply industry sector that the globe now is admiring.
We actually have a surplus of electricity, and we are building more dams, as you know, not only on all the sides of the Nile River, but even on the smaller rivers. With abundant and cheaper electricity will mean faster industrialization.
Looking back on the journey, Uganda's electricity subsector is a success story attested to by several local and international benchmarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We're happy to receive you and happy to see you. You're all welcome to the 2025 public consultations on electricity and user tariffs. We are here in a Margarita Palace Hotel in Lira City in northern Uganda. To our online audience, I want to let you know that we are about to get started. People are still coming in. We have different segments and sections of stakeholders that are walking in or who have walked in. We want to welcome everyone who has come, those who have logged on, those who are seated here. Everybody is welcome. If you're wondering what's happening and what time are we starting, we're just waiting for a few more people to come and we get started. We've been here for a whole week meeting different segments of stakeholders. The manufacturing segment, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we met the political leaders, we met the security team, we met the common electricity consumers on the streets, and we've mobilized them, and everybody has told us they are coming. But as usual, people wake up in the morning, they have to prepare their garden, their shop, before they can come to listen to you. So we're expecting very many people to join us here physically. And the teams in Chisoro, in Kabale, in Barara, in Busia, the people in Kampala, people in Hoima, people in Masindi, people in Fort, people in Mubende, in Chenjojo, Chegegwa, all those who are not able to be with us, you have the opportunity to join us online on YouTube, join us on Twitter, and where else? On our website. Just go to the ERA website. Immediately you open the ERA website, it will take you live to where we are, and you'll be with us. Just to let you know, those of you who do not have access to internet for those things, that we are also live on Baba TV. So get your remote and look for Baba TV. Right now, when you turn to Baba TV, you find Peter Kawujovumeme talking. He's being asked what exactly is going on here. So there are very many ways of you joining us this meeting. You're not stuck and limited by one thing. Otherwise, you're welcome, and we look forward to getting started. In the next few minutes, I will be inviting the Chief Executive and the Presiding Chair to come and start the meeting. Asante sana.
I would like to welcome you all to this public hearing in respect of applications received from the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, here with us to present their case to the public today. These applications were for, one, a license for distribution of electricity in the entire country. The other one is a license for sale and supply of electricity to the last user. And of course, by inference, they have applied for tariff performance parameters to be applicable upon the natural end of Umeme Limited's concession.
Your comments at today's engagement will be very useful in guiding the Electricity Regulatory Authority to make a final decision on the UEDCL's application. I therefore urge you, all of you, to actively participate in this engagement and to wish you an effective deliberation.
Our first focus lies on delivering a service to the customer, that is through a customer service excellence. But that one goes hand in hand with operational efficiency. We believe that the business and the activities we are going to do, they will be in a position to sustain a tariff neutral. We do here request the regulator to grant UEDCL a license for distribution of electricity and the sale of electricity in Uganda. And the second request is to request the regulator to approve our revenue requirement as at the 1st of April 2025, totaling into 4 trillion shillings. I therefore submit.
One, from the presentation that was highlighted, is a plan to change from postpaid to prepaid meters. This for us in our thinking is laborious from the operational aspect, but also based on ATC credit rating. If you do your checks with Umeme, based on the figures that I've illustrated, do we have an exception for that based on our credit rating and how much we are consuming in a year? Secondly, in terms of the work management center from Umeme, it's been responsive given the kind of availability that we need. Would want to understand whether UEDCL is going to retain that.
UEDCL has a pole plant and manufactures poles. So basically, they've been our competitor. Now, what is going to happen to the other pole plants?
ATC, yeah, thank you very much, Ronald. You're also our customer. And we need to evolve by technology. The world is changing from postpaid environment to the new way of managing bills and transactions. Quality of service, we take that one into recognition.
Maria Magdalena has asked, will these changes affect the other running systems like the Yaka? Should I start paying in smaller amounts for the electricity bills until the changes take place? And I want to assure all of you that all your presentations and concerns will form part of the information in the decision making of the authority.
Mariam Nanono, I would like you to give me the details I asked for at the start. We want to get started, ladies and gentlemen. I have asked the presiding chair of the public hearing to take her seat with the chief executive so we can get started. We have a program in front of us which runs up to 1:15 p.m. We are anticipating that we can run within that period of time. But if there is need for flexibility, it will ideally be the decision of the chairperson of the public hearing on how we proceed. I am hoping that everyone who has come in has registered, so we have a record of everyone who has come. We will have an opening prayer to this meeting. The chairperson might request a volunteer or a designated person to say the opening prayer. There is an item called introductions here. The chairperson might determine that each one of us introduces themselves, or she might choose to introduce us in teams or entities we represent, or institutions that are represented in this place. Ladies and gentlemen, different from what we have always done, we have decided today to have a brief presentation about ERA. We're cognizant that the local audience that is physically with us here may not be very aware of who is ERA, who has invited us here, and what do they do. So we'll have about a 5 to 6, 7 minute presentation on who is ERA. And after that, we'll have the chief executive say her welcome remarks. And then she will invite the remarks from the presiding chair. And then the secretary of the authority will read for us the rules of a public hearing. I would like to draw your attention to this particular section. As opposed to this being a workshop, this is a public hearing. A public hearing is run like a trial for the licensed entities that are presenting their applications and budgets before the regulator. So it's slightly, or not even slightly, but significantly different from a workshop where people just come to give you information. Your participation is going to be very key. We will expect you to participate, ask questions, raise concerns. But of interest, I will request you to pay attention to the applications as they will be opened up here for you to get to understand what are these people asking the regulator to give them. What are they saying the regulator should do? So that when you ask your questions, they specifically point to the presentations that are being made here. So when you put up your hand, you're able to say that I have seen Umeme has said they want this. I have seen transmission is asking for this. I have seen UEG Shell is asking for this. Scrutinize those applications and requests so that they are able to make meaning to you. In the end, or by the end of the day, when the regulator makes a decision and says this is the price of electricity for the new year, you will be satisfied that your views were taken into consideration. Then we'll have presentations, and after the presentations, we will have, if there are any people who have registered prior saying, I have a presentation to make, they'll be given an audience. If they don't, then we'll straight away delve into the discussion. And then thereafter, the Secretary of the Authority will come and give us a summary of the proceedings of the day. And then the chairperson will bring the public hearing to the close. And we'll call it a day. And we'll ask you to look for the announcement of the price of electricity, which is going to happen towards the end of the year or early in January. Briefly, that's how we're going to proceed. I want to request ERA staff to help to seat stakeholders who are coming in. Help people settle in, help people have where to sit, open up chairs so that everyone feels comfortable. Everyone would like to have a view of the screen because this is where it's all going to happen. So I want to request even our friends in the media, when you're fixing your cameras, do it with a humanitarian concern behind you, that the people who are seated behind you need to see what is happening here. Have that at the back of your mind, that you're not transparent, your body is not transparent, that people cannot see through you, and yet they need to see what is happening on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, any minute, the presiding chair of the session will be walking in, and when she walks in, we'll get started. The rest of the people will join us. But we have a critical mass to get started with. I thank you very much. ladies and gentlemen, I have also been requested to ask you, if you're here, we request you not to log on online. We had the same experience when we were doing the judicial public hearing in October, where people in the audience also logged on online, and so the online platforms ended up getting full, and so people were double until we asked them to. So if you're here and you've logged on online, please log out. One, it creates an echo inside here and affects the operations of the machines. But two, it's a duplication. I was telling people, it's like people who go to watch football in a football hall, but they also have an FM radio station of someone speaking about what they are watching. So let's log out if you've logged on. Thank you very much.
Good morning, JJ. Good to see you. Reinforcement.
Reinforcement has been in time.
Good, good.
Just in time. As always.
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. So the chairperson will we are good to go. This hall will fill by time. But we have a performance strategy.
Okay.
So what I'm intending to do is I have had a list of the who is good here that I want to bring and introduce me. And so you know who is available.
Yes.
Then you will decide whether really you just acknowledge people
10 now. 10, 36, 9, 1.5.
I would like to welcome you all to this public hearing in respect of applications received from the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, here with us to present their case to the public today. These applications were for: 1, a license for distribution
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're welcome to the 2025 Tariff Review public hearing. The presiding chairperson of the public hearing has taken her seat. The Chief Executive Officer of ERA is also present, has taken her seat. And we are good to go. I want to welcome every one of you for coming. Thank you, everybody who is online. Thank you, everybody who is seated in the audience. I have been trying to peruse through the registration records. I discovered that we have electricity consumers from different segments and sectors. We have people from security, we have people from milling, we have associations of electricians from within Lango sub-region and others from Acholi sub-region. We have welders, we have restaurant owners, we have the media, we have leaders. I have seen the deputy mayor present, the chairpersons of the different trader sessions. We have a sizable audience with us, and the chairperson has granted that we get started. With that, I would like us to say an opening prayer, and we get started. May I request each one of you to believe with me in your faith, and we pray. Lord in heaven, we thank you for this day. Thank you for the opportunity and the time for us to gather here as children of Uganda to consider the tariff applications for the next calendar year. We're asking that you grant us the serenity and the understanding to listen and to understand what's presented before us, and give us wisdom to scrutinize and ask questions so that we may get clarification and make suggestions that improve supply of electricity in the country. In Christ Jesus I pray.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, the next item on the agenda is introductions, and I would like to seek your guidance whether I can skip this section so that when the chief executive comes, she will preside over that section. I request.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And with your permission, Chairperson, we would like to do a brief presentation to the audience before the chief executive comes. The brief presentation is an introduction to who is ERA. There are people in this audience who do not know who the person who has invited them here is. And so I have the manager of public relations going to help me in presenting who is ERA. It's about a 6, 7, 8 slide presentation so that people can have a fair understanding of who is hosting them here today. Diana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wandera. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Iburo wunu, itie wunu aber. Okay. So this presentation is about the Electricity Regulatory Authority, so that we can understand who we are and what we do. So the Electricity Regulatory Authority is a body established by an act of parliament, and it is mandated to regulate the distribution, generation, transmission, and exportation of electricity in Uganda. ERA is an ISO certified company. That means that we do our work as guided by international standards to make sure that we give you quality service in your respective capacities. And for 5 times now, we have been ranked as the best regulator on the African continent through the electricity studies done by the African Development Bank. I think that deserves a round of applause. This is our board. These are the people that take the key decisions concerning all of you. So if you're happy with the decisions, these are the people. Equally, if you're not happy, same people. So our 5-member board is led by the chairperson, Dr. Sarah Wasagali Kanabi. She is not here today, but she is ably represented. Then we have member Ambassador Joan Rabiomere, the presiding officer at the hearing today. We have Professor John Senta Mudumba. We have Engineer Arias Chiemba and CPA Boch. So from this composition, there are 2 economists, the chairperson and Mr. Dumba. We have a lawyer, Ambassador Rabiomere. We have an engineer, Arias Chiemba, and a professional accountant, CPA Gustavio Boch. This is the management team. It supervises the day-to-day operations of the Electricity Regulatory Authority. It is headed by Engineer Ziria Tibalwa Wako over here, and she is supported by a team of 5. Dr. Geoffrey Okoboy, the Director Economic Regulation, is present here. CPA Edward Irura, Director Financial Services, is also here. Then we have Mr. Harold Obiga, Director Legal Services. We have Mr. Julius Wandera, that you have already seen, Director for Corporate and Consumer Affairs, and Engineer Judith Naiga, Director for Technical Regulation. This is the structure of our industry. So we are ERA, we here. However, we report to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and we take policy direction from the ministry, and we also report to the ministry about our work. We have a body called the Electricity Disputes Tribunal. I don't know how many of you have interacted with it. It is the electricity court. So if you electricity consumers or the different companies are not happy with a decision or the level of service you're receiving, and you fail to get satisfactory redress from ERA, then you proceed to the Electricity Disputes Tribunal to get a solution to your problems. So ERA supervises all the other companies that are involved in the electricity business. And these are in different segments, the first being electricity generation. This is where it all starts, and the government company that takes care of electricity generation business is the Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, and I know that they are present here. They run key government power generation infrastructure, including the recently commissioned Karuma hydropower plant. We have Isimba, we have Nalubale, Kira, and other upcoming projects like Nyagak 3. Then we have the Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited. This is charged with transmission of power up to a point that the distribution companies are able to pick it. Until recently, UETCL has had the right to transmit power. It's been the only power transmitter and the only company licensed to get power from the generators, but as of now, we have independent companies that have expressed interest, and if granted permission, they are able to play alongside UETCL and also participate in the transmission of power. When we step a little back for power generation, we have private companies. They're not owned by the private players, and these are over 40 at the time. They are spread around different parts of the country. We have examples of City 1 and City 2 in eastern Uganda. We have Nyamwamba and Kosi in western Uganda. Coming back home here, we have the Achwa 1 and Achwa 2 plants, among others. When we move to the distribution segment, hopefully you'll see it when the presentation is required. We have a government company, it's called the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, UEDCL. I don't know if they are here today, however, we are charged with distribution business all over the country. They own key distribution infrastructure, though at the moment and until March 2025, most of that infrastructure is used by a company called Umeme Limited, which is a private company that distributes power to you. And the Umeme team is here led by the Managing Director, Mr. Babunji. So we also have you, the consumers. We also have other distribution companies that are neither Umeme nor UEDCL, and many of these operate outside of the urban centers. We have Wenreco in West Nile, and the MD, Mr. Chigumba, is here. We have Kalangala Infrastructure Services in the islands, and a number of companies that have since been closed and their operations handed over to UEDCL. In terms of our functions, we have several functions. I'll tell you about the key ones. One is to make sure that all the operators in the electricity supply chain, whether it is generation, transmission, or distribution, have authorization to do their business. And this authorization is mainly in terms of a license instrument. So those companies that do not have that license are not authorized to operate anywhere along the chain. Then we have a very key function and the subject of this public hearing, which is to do with determination of the prices that you pay for electricity, whether it is the main price, the charge per unit, or other costs that consumers usually find annoying, like service fee. That is determined by ERA. And I know that a number of people are always complaining to the distribution companies that they interface with daily. They think that they are responsible for the prices that they consider to be high. However, the price determination is a preserve of error. So if you have any appreciation or discontent, please bring it to error. Then we have supervising the companies that work within the ESI. And this is mainly to ensure that they are doing their job right and delivering quality service to you, the consumers, because you don't take power for free, you pay for it. Therefore, it has to meet a certain minimum standard that ERA requires the licensees to do. We have two other functions that I wish to talk about before this, and one of those also relates to you, especially if you are constructing a house, your home, a business premise, any construction that you do and you need for it to be wired. We have a key function to do with issuing installation permits and therefore certifying the wiremen that are authorized to do proper installation of power in your house to make sure that we don't have incidents of fires breaking out. So if you're looking to know who a certified wire person is in your area, you can always reach out to ERA or visit our website for that information. Another key function relates to addressing the complaints that you may have, and that's to do with consumer protection. In the event that you are not satisfied with the quality of service that you're getting from your power supply provider, the first point, of course, is for you to reach out to them, whether it is UEDCL, Wenreco, Umeme, Kalangala Infrastructure Service. You're supposed to reach out to them, but if you feel that they are not solving the problem to your satisfaction, then you refer to ERA for redress. And as I mentioned earlier, you still have a third phase of redress, which is the Electricity Disputes Tribunal in the event that you're not happy with ERA's redress. We also undertake advisory function to the Minister of Energy, especially on key requirements for the electricity subsector to perform well. So from time to time, we advise the minister on key things to do. And in order to make sure that you have adequate power supply, the power is not going off as you're cooking your meal or you're running your manufacturing activity in your factory, a key function that we undertake is to assess and approve investments that are important for us to, for the distribution company to invest into the network, improve it, and make sure that it performs as desired. Here, as we do our work, we are guided by a vision and mission. And our vision is to be a recognized regulator in the promotion of sustainable electricity supply for socio-economic transformation. This is keeping in line with the government of Uganda aspirations of Vision 2040. So we need to play our own role in the social transformation agenda. Our mission, for which we wake up every day and go to ERA House, some people work up to midnight in pursuing this mission, which is to regulate the electricity supply industry in accordance with acceptable laws, policies, and standards, as well as international best practice. So before we attain that, we are not about to stop working. And our core values also guide the way we work and the way we serve you. And they include professionalism, integrity, innovation, transparency, and accountability, stakeholder sensitivity, teamwork, and equal and fair opportunity. So as we do our work from day to day, we are guided by these. What do we focus on as we execute our mandate? We focus on promoting access to electricity, and we aim to ensure that all corners of Uganda have access to electricity. Of course, we are not there yet, but We are working on it, and with your support, we'll get there. We have the issue of affordability, which also relates to this public hearing. We want for all Ugandans to be able to afford electricity and to be able to pay for it willingly. Then we have reliability. You don't get power for free, you pay for it, so it has to be reliable. You have to be happy with its quality. You don't want to be undertaking an assignment and power goes off. That's a big inconvenience to you. So one of the key issues that ERA focuses on a daily basis is ensuring that the power supply given by the distribution companies to the end user consumer is reliable. So if you want to find us, where can you find us? We have our head office in Kampala along 3rd Street. It's opposite the New Vision Obokede office. However, effective June this year, we also opened regional offices. The first is in our neighborhood in Gulu City, Samuel Doy Road, and the second office is in Eastern Uganda, in Mbale City. So should you need to find us out of Kampala, these are our contacts at the moment, and as and when we open additional offices, you'll be the first to know. All right, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Manager Public Relations, MS Diana Nambi, for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen and visitors who are coming in, I would like to remind you that in between here, there are chairs that are unoccupied. Don't find yourself stuck behind, having nothing to sit on. There are actually chairs within the congregation here. If you came to the fore, we have chairs in the middle of us in here. With that, Chairperson, I would like to request that with your permission, my work here seems to be coming to the end, and now I want to take the opportunity to invite the Chief Executive Officer who will come and manage the introductions, say her remarks, welcome you, and carry us forward as she may please. I thank you very much. Oh, you've done very well to give me a hand clap.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Another round of applause. Try to compete. Clap louder than your neighbor. Thank you very much. God is good, and all the time. God is good, and that is his nature. Wow, a round of applause for God. The chair of the Electricity Regulatory Authority, presented by Ambassador Joan Raviomere. Allow me, before I deliver my remarks, to recognize the people who have turned up in big numbers to be able to receive these applications and be able to make comments. I may not be able to introduce them individually, but allow me to do group introductions. We have the internal security organization team here, led by Mr. Moses Muwezi. If you are in the room, I know that at times, yes, thank you very much for turning up. We have Gulu Association of Electricians. Please stand up if you are in this category so that we salute you. Karibu sana. We have Lira small-scale industries, if you are in that category. And UMA, if you are in the category of UMA, please stand up. Thank you, thank you. You are the reason we came close. Our dear consumers. We have Trust Welding Workshop. Another consumer here. Please stand up for recognition if you are in the room. Thank you. We have Gum and Rot Business Company. This should be a royal business company. Stand up if you are coming from that. Thank you, madam. There is Restaurant Owen. You testify how our services are. I believe you've interacted with my team. We have a Gali Grain Millers. This sounds like a Gali Awam. Please stand up. If you are in the room. Thank you for partnering with us in this journey. You're always with us. But now you have your colleagues here. Lango Grain Millers. Representatives of Lango, Asante. Welcome. Bread Link Limited Millers. Okay. In addition, allow me also to, first of all, submit apologies that I may not exhaust the groups, but also to welcome the Chamber of Commerce representatives. They are here. Karibu sana. To welcome any other local government team, MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies that serve us, that have traveled along with us, or those that have come from the Greater North. If you fall in that category, please stand up. I would have expected the ERA team to stand up. The ministries, departments, and agencies. Okay. Also, allow me to recognize my licensees who serve as the applicants who are going to be presenting today. I see the team from Umeme, led by none other than the MD himself. Karibu Lira. Thank you for coming. UETCL, is UETCL here? Thank you. Karibu Lira. UEG, karibu, welcome. Do we have UED? I know that we had a separate public hearing for UED, so UED may not be in the audience, but we have Wenireko. Kenneth was almost saying, the lady is forgetting me. No, you sat very close to me. Thank you. Karibu. We have the media. We have the media, and really, I don't have to tell them to stand up because they are over. They're already standing up. But we have the radio media, we have the television media, we have the online, and we thank you for coming to interpret this information in the various language and in a layman's language, so that it can be understood by the entire country. So I may not have reached your organization in the introduction. Please feel free to pass a sheet to the organizers, and I'll be recognizing you along the way. But with that, allow me now to move on, Chair, to request a chair that maybe before I deliver my remarks, the Masters of Ceremony takes you through the process of opening the public hearing, so that I'm delivering my remarks at the public hearing. If that is... Okay. So I've been given guidance so that we can proceed. So the chairperson of the Electricity Regulatory Authority, heads of government agencies, ministries, departments, political leadership present. We may have our honorables and the honorables to be at all levels up to LC1. They are all honorables, including in secondary and primary schools. I welcome you. Licensees in the electricity supply industry, the business community, civil society, consumer associations, the media fraternity, our members joining online, because we have a following online. This public hearing is live, so it is nationwide. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this public hearing in respect of the annual tariff review for the tariff year. The tariff year coincides with the calendar year. It is not a fiscal year. For the tariff year 2025. I thank you for your continued support to the Electricity Regulatory Authority in particular, but the electricity supply industry in general, that enables us to execute our respective mandate and to be able to be of service to the nation. Over the past few days, the ERA team has been stationed in the Greater North, having engagements with the political leadership, security, the business community, the certified electricians, and electricity consumers generally. These engagements started out in Gulu City last week and moved into Lila City this week. And during this time, the ERA team has been able to commune with their key stakeholders, the electricity consumers. Quite very, very important, we have been able to connect with the people of the Greater North, shared much of the information. Part of it has been repeated here. I know we are so, we have many institutions within the electricity supply industry, and many times we mix up, the public mixes up the mandate of these institutions. So I was happy that in addition to the engagements that have happened in radio, TV, we've also been able to present, to guide you on who is who and what does each institution do. Northern Uganda is of great significance to the electricity supply industry, as it hosts some of Uganda's fully established and operational electricity infrastructure. I think this now reminds me of the miracle of the wine, serving the choicest wine. It has taken us really a while to have a robust transmission grid in this area. But within a period of less than 3 years, this area has the best grid, including established facilities, as I may enlist below. We have the 86 megawatts Achua 1 and Achua 2 hydro power plant along River Achua in Padeo district, hosted here in the Greater North. Of course, we have the recently commissioned 600 megawatts Karuma hydro power plant in Chiriandongo district along River Nile. Karuma substations and the interconnection projects. Karuma came with the associated evacuation lines, substations, and these among others include Kole, Gulu, Nebi, Arua. Really, when I read these substations, my emotions go to the cities and the lengths that we have taken to keep explaining that the service delivery will improve. It is really such a great moment of joy to be here Yes, we are having the flickers, but the service delivery has to improve. And we have the 40 megawatts, 132/33 kV Lira substation. We have the Lira Opuyo line. We have the Gulu Agagacha interconnector. And we now have operational offices within this region, especially ERA. And this region, because of the challenges we are having, was the first recipient of a regional office of ERA, located in Gulu, plot 1 Samuel D. Road in Gulu City. And therefore, this is, it may seem a little far, but remember, we've been only centralized in Kampala. And if it was at this point in time, where you have either to choose to go with the ferry or to go this side of Tororo, it may take you a day or two to arrive. But now we are in the neighborhood. I therefore would like to express my profound gratitude and that of the board and staff of ERA to the people of Greater North for warmly welcoming us to the region, actively participating in the engagements that we've had with different stakeholders in the run-up to this public hearing, and supporting ERA and the electricity supply industry in various ways over the years. This public hearing is convened in accordance with Regulation 16 and 17 of the Electricity Application for Permit, Licensing, and Tariff Review Regulations 2007. The public hearing also relates to one of ERA's key functions as prescribed in the Electricity Act, Chapter 157, Laws of Uganda, to establish a tariff structure, to investigate tariffs and charges, whether or not a specific complaint has been made for a tariff adjustment. And in addition, the law also requires that we approve rates of charges and the terms and conditions of electricity services provided by generation, transmission, and distribution companies to the entire consumers of electricity. Therefore, this public hearing also is the first to be convened by the authority outside Kampala. A round of applause for the people of Lira. The first regional office, Greater North. The first public hearing outside Kampala, Lira. So really, it is a demonstration of the importance that we give to this region. But it is also the last to be held under the period of implementing the first generation reform in the energy sector, which took effect in 1999, birthed by the Electricity Act of 1999. The then Chapter 145, which is now currently Chapter 157. Let me take this opportunity, therefore, in line with that, to sincerely thank the board, management, and staff of Umeme Limited for your dedicated service to the people of the Republic of Uganda during the 20-year tenure of your concession. Stand up and we clap for you. Lead your team on the feet. Let's clap in an orderly manner. 1, 2, 3. Again. Nyongeza. And a final one. So thank you very much. If you don't have another opportunity, the people at this public hearing have represented the Ugandans to say asante, asante sana. So looking back at what the distribution segment was like 20 years ago, we have certainly progressed well and remain committed to attaining an even better performing distribution segment for the benefit of the electricity consumers. In pursuit of its tariff setting function, the authority has initiated and continues to implement and oversee the implementation of various initiatives, which I will peruse because I can't explain them in detail. Yet we are waiting to receive these applications, but my remarks will be made available. But the authority has consistently improved the end user tariff paid by the electricity consumers, attaining the delicate balance between having to approve investments to improve power supply, reliability and security, having a stable tariff, as well as maintaining the sustainability of the electricity supply industry. That is where it gets tough. On one side, we don't want intermittence. We don't want these flickers. And to avoid them at times, we need to invest. Maybe the voltage dimming, you know, they call it dimming. We need to upgrade the transformer. Maybe the line is overloaded. They say you can try to balance the phases, loading, but time comes and the line says I cannot partake these free connections that you are adding every other day. So on one side, we have to provide for investments to support accelerating access and improve service delivery. On the other side, we need affordability so that value addition and our products are competitive. And then on the other side also, we want a stable tariff so that our sector is credible to attract private investors. That is where the regulator comes in. So under Section 10, 2A and Section 71, the first item of the Electricity Act, the authority prescribed the standardized feed-in tariffs for renewable energy systems, generating up to a maximum of 50 megawatts in Uganda. And this became effective on 12th January 2024. The refit, or the renewable energy feed-in tariff, aim to encourage and support private participation within the power generation segment from the renewable energy technology. So these refits are standardized tariffs that take into consideration benchmarked costs, so that if the person in Lira has identified a site on a river and he wants to make a decision whether to move ahead and do feasibility study or even apply for a permit application, he doesn't have to drive to Kampala. You go to our website, Kumutimbagano, and this refit will show you that if your plant is at 5 megawatts, this will be the applicable tariff. If it will be at 10, up to 50. And then your economist and engineers will be able to inform you whether you have a good dream or whether that dream is not aligned to your risky appetite. So this is up to date, and it goes a long way to attract private investors, both national and international. We have also sustained the cooking tariff, the e-cooking tariff, to speak to decarbonization. And we call this charcoal to power. We are contributing to converting the population from using biomass or using charcoal in whichever form to clean cooking. In addition to other initiatives that you saw the minister launch to subsidize the actual equipment, we also have a cross-subsidized tariff. And for domestic cooking, it is Uganda shillings 412 per kilowatt hour per yaka token. A kilowatt hour is a yaka token. When you vend, you get tokens, those numbers. You've gotten 50, 20, 30, that is a kilowatt hour. And then for institutional cooking, it is 451.4, again per yaka token. Relatedly, the authority has continued to implement the declining block tariff for industrial consumers to achieve lower marginal costs of production and increase competitiveness in the region of our products. So here we are saying, if you are a guzzler, you are consuming, you are an industrial, you are a manufacturer, you are consuming, we want to encourage you, consume more and pay low, consume more and pay low. That is declining tariff. But it helps us to ensure that we are competitive national and regionally, and then we can speak to the industrialization, job creation, socio-economic transformation. The other area that we have continued to implement is the regulatory framework for private participation in the transmission segment. Yes, we value the support from government, but there are projects that we term tariff neutral. They have no impact on the end user tariff. Whether they are implemented and the tariff recovers the capital, because they have demand in waiting. For example, a mining area, you know, they're asking for 30 megawatts. Why should I really knock at the treasury to ask for capex? Because I know that immediately I commission that line, the 30 megawatts are in waiting, and they are going to recover the cost of that line within less than 3 to 5 years. So we have continued to implement that, and so far we've received 3 applications that are at the tail end of determination. We've also continued to attract our manufacturers to lower tariffs. We've continued to implement a framework for tariff reduction pegged on demand growth. We sit with you, you tell us, my industry has production capacity of 100%. Currently, I'm at 50. But if you lower the tariff by 2 cents, I'm able to increase production to 80%. Meaning we are all going to win, because the more you increase production, the more you consume, the more the sector gets revenue, the more the tariff naturally comes down. So we have also continued to implement that. We have also continued to monitor and assess the performance of industrial consumers under this initiative to ensure that it is a win-win. The consumer wins, but also the sector wins. Following the approval of the direct purchase regulations, the authority has also developed the wheeling framework to enable us operationalize that framework regulation, where you can sit here, you generate your power and sell it to an industry in Mbarara, and then just pay the cost of transporting the electrons on the lines. So we've continued to remove the monopoly from the sector and enhance competition and improve efficiency. So in line with that, we have approved 2 applications, Munyenye, Wikwe, and Munyenye Mbarara. As I shared, we've also welcomed the Karuma 600 megawatts. That has enabled us to talk about gigawatts. Now, when we are participating in regional conferences, we can also say our total generation is 2G, you know. You know, they talk in G's and T's, and for you, you are there, cartoon. So we've been able now to raise our total generation capacity to 2,050.1 megawatts. And the demand is releasing because we have suppressed demand. Really, I am at pain to explain that we don't have surplus power. You cannot talk about surplus power when access to electricity in your country hasn't achieved 100%. We are growing at 60%. We have a target to achieve this by 2030, but people don't have power. So how can you say you have surplus power? You have machines. Recently, I got to know that the government has distributed motors, millers, tailoring machines, but the grid hasn't arrived there. So these machines are still struggling with either diesel-generated, expensive, pollutant type of generation. So we really can't say we have surplus power because we have that much surplus demand. When you look at that surplus demand, in addition to the various policies of government, I can only mention two: parish development model, value addition on agriculture products, all those value addition centers, we have to take their electrons. And then no exporting raw minerals, meaning whichever mining area that you are thinking about, you need power to add value. So really we don't have that surplus. What we are trying to do as government is to ensure that we mobilize money to extend the grid and be able to fuel our economy. We don't have that much surplus. So the other well-deserved and celebrated achievement in the year that we are reflecting on is connecting West Nile to the grid. You see, the media at times is mean. That is the day that I was hugged by the parliamentarians of West Nile, and I won't mention names. Before that, it was accountability, it was finger pointing, it was, and really they were right, because, the power is a fuel to the economy. And because the region did not have stable power, it was affecting economic development. And these areas are fast-growing areas. The Greater North, the West Nile, these are fast-growing areas. And you will see now that we are coming into stabilized power. We are seeing the megawatts jumping by 20, by 30, by 50 in 1 month, which has never happened in the history of the performance of our grid. So we celebrated this together with the whole country, connecting West Nile onto the grid. Of course, again, just to emphasize, because we don't have many opportunities like this, that the concession agreement between Umeme Limited and UEDCL will elapse by 31st March 2025. So if you wake up on 1st April 2025, don't start calling the person you knew in Umeme unless they have been introduced to you afresh. They will have closed their operations within the country. Allow me to qualify that while that is going to happen, the offices that serve you are going to remain. And most likely, if the officers that are serving in those offices are not corrupt, if they are corrupt, please report them. We don't want to leave you with problems. If they are corrupt, this is the time for us to get rid of them so that we change. Because there are many Ugandans. There are many sons and daughters of Ugandans who have gone to school. Capacity building is the easiest thing to do. I have no problem with inadequacies in competence, but lack of integrity is the biggest problem. So if you know that in these offices, the people who have been there are corrupt, it is the time to raise this information. But if these people are good serving citizens of this country, you'll meet them there. You'll meet them there, but refer to them as UEDCL staff. I just wanted to throw some light on that. So in line with that, we've been doing a lot of work with the ministry, with the Umeme, with UEDCL on how does this marriage that has taken 20 years, how does it end without affecting the children, without affecting the relatives, without affecting the consumer. So we've been doing what we call readiness for the smooth transition. And we've been able to map out risks and handle them. And really, I want to assure you that this has been priority number one for the past 3 years, only that we've not been blowing it up because we've been trying to put things in order. And therefore, we are working towards a smooth transition to ensure that power supply reliability, power supply security, issues of safety of supply, responsiveness is sustained and gets even better. Of course, the other thing that we are continuing to do, don't get a problem and say, but Umeme is leaving. No. They are committed to invest up to 31st March 2025. So when you have an issue, please raise it. And as the authority, we are continuously approving investments for Umeme until that day when they hand over this network, and then now we change the guns to the new operator. One other activity that we are doing as government, and the area we are supporting government to do that, is to determine the buyout amount. What is the actual, the estimated numbers have been all over in many papers, but our work is provide as much information as possible to complement the information submitted by Umeme, to complement the information submitted by UEDCL, to ensure that there is a fair parting. They are able to be paid for what is outstanding, and the government is able to continue with the value for money for the assets that these monies have birthed. So finally, we received the application, and we had a public hearing on that application from UEDCL, and we'll be determining this application publicly. We'll determine this application, and our minister will be able to hand over a license instrument. So we are in the process of final review of UEDCL's application, and you will have a public event at which this license will be issued. Among other key activities, we are undertaking a cost of service study so that we determine value for money to the consumer. We take pride in being transparent and throwing our tariff reports and throwing our tariff models on the website. They are not hidden because we want to get it right so that the consumer gets value for money. So we are doing this consultatively with the licensees, the Ministry of Energy, as well as the Ministry of Finance, so that we are able to determine the cost of the services, the electricity services that we deliver to the consumer accurately, so that then they inform the tariffs going forward. But also specifically, we're undertaking an activity to determine tariff parameters to be applicable beyond March 2025. You must have seen us in the media. We went through the process of ending the small distribution companies, most of them. This year, we were able to hand over PACMEX, that is the Padela Beam Community Multipurpose Electricity Cooperative, to UEDCL. Also Chegegwa Rural Electricity Cooperative to UEDCL, and Kilembe Investments Limited to UEDCL. And this stems from the cabinet decision that we should not renew these licenses once they come to their natural end, so that there is one distribution company going forward after the Umeme handover, to ensure that there is efficiency and optimal operations to have the affordability, among others. We've been going through the prepaid meter upgrades, and we are at the tail end, more than 95, maybe 98 by now. The meters are upgraded, and whoever wants to vend and you have a challenge, the utilities are available to help you upgrade. Software becomes ancient. These are ICT software-based. Once they are ancient, we upgrade them, and then they live a shorter while, 10, 20, 30 years, again we upgrade. But our wire meters are fine, because there was information that the wire meters are bad, they will not work, they are not faulty, they are just being upgraded. The way you upgrade the software on your phone, that is what is happening. But we almost at the tail end, and it has been done smoothly, really. And would like to thank the distribution companies that have done that. On the side of quality of service, we continue to monitor, we continue to do field inspection, and we agree on action plans going forward for those areas of inadequacy, and monitor them to ensure that the licensees are able to deliver quality of supply and quality of service. Following the cabinet decision to host the Secretariat for the Independent Regulatory Board of the Eastern African Power Pool, on 7th February 2024, I proudly represented IRB, and we signed off the country hosting agreement with the minister representing the government. So now we are in the full stage also to operationalize the regional regulator in the country. And what does this do? It brings down jobs, it brings opportunities for import, it brings opportunities for grid stability, it brings opportunities for export, and we should be alert to be able to tap into these opportunities that this presents. The authority would like to invite you and partner with you to deal with the vice of power theft and vandalism. The easiest analogy that I give is that whoever steals power or vandalizes a power infrastructure is like robbing your bank account, you an electricity consumer. Because then what will happen? If the members of a tower are picked, the tower collapses, and transmission writes to me and says, now I want to replace these members, or even the full tower, because the remaining members are very folded. And then what will I do? I have to provide that money in the tariff. And then you and me on the other side of consumers, we have to pay. So whoever steals power, whoever vandalizes an electricity infrastructure, look at them as robbing your bank account and be angry with them. Report them. Partner with our security forces and ourselves so that the communication goes fast. Now we have a utility court, and now our law is enhanced with really punitive, measures for those who are caught in that vice. Please partner with us in this so that we guard our infrastructure. We have waited for this infrastructure for years, but I felt bad. I was inspecting Kalmarira, and the towers had been vandalized. Of course, the neighboring house there, the lady was saying they had guns, they had what, but I've seen where mob justice defeats guns. Yesterday I was on the TV, and someone had gone to grab land, and the Wananchis got bricks and blocks and everything, and blocked the vehicle. It took the detached, both police and military, to come and rescue those people. So you have the power. Together you have the synergy to be able to fight this vice. But in line with that, the authority would like to acknowledge and appreciate the Uganda Police Force, the Uganda People's Defense, and other security operatives and the public for their increased support in fighting against this very, very bad vice, and really call you to continue partnering with us and to remain vigilant, to secure. These are our infrastructure. When power goes off, when you're in hospital, it is you or your child who dies. It is not the vandal. So let's secure this infrastructure so that we are able to maintain and sustain a reliable supply. So going forward, I've already shared that we are into the second phase generation reform. We also looking at digitization. I've already shared most of the information now is that you have to just press a button on your phone and you access this information. So we are trying to adopt the Internet of Things through information, communication, and technology. We are trying to look at artificial intelligence and how it can enhance our digitization to ensure that there is improved service delivery and ensure that we adopt more advanced technology, more resilient technology to fight these vices that compromise service delivery. We will also promote and support government programs through approving investments towards accelerating access under the ESP and also approving investments towards growing demand, releasing the suppressed demand, because the demand is here, but we have to release it through investment. So we will keenly observe the electricity scale-up program being implemented by the ministry to ensure that we harmonize the efforts of grid extension, grid upgrade, so that as we connect you, the networks are not overwhelmed and you are able to receive a quality supply and quality service. We shall promote sector efficiency through setting performance targets to ensure financial sustainability that goes a long way to improve affordability. We've adopted the environment, social, and governance. We believe in the just energy transition. We are blessed as a country. We have abundant, we are along the equator. We have abundant and long sun hours. We have our river Nile. We have all the resources that we need to be able to use clean energy. We shall continue to implement measures for tariff reduction to ensure that we achieve 5 cents for manufacturers, but also achieve lower tariffs for all other customer categories. Now, when we talk about 5 cents for manufacturers, then the domestics say, but for us, where will you end? Now, let me just use 1 minute to explain this. The policy behind this 5 cents is taking into consideration that for a domestic person, once you install a fridge or you install a radio, you cannot have 2, 3, or 4, 5 and use all of them in the house. So you cannot grow demand that much fast. But for industries, because they are competing both for the national, regional, and global market, if we make the products competitive, then we are able to compete at that level. We are able to increase production. When we increase production, we grow the job market. When we increase production, we grow the economy. When we increase production, the outputs of those competitive industrial products also are inputs into other sectors. For example, the reinforcements are inputs in the real estate. Cement is input into the real estate. So if the tariffs are competitive that side, naturally the tariffs for the other customer category will reduce and become affordable. I take this opportunity to thank you for your kind attention, first of all, but allow me to thank the government of Uganda, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, the Minister of State for Energy, the Minister of State for Minerals, the Permanent Secretary and the technical team at the ministry, the board, my supervisors, management, members of management of ERA, please stand up. Because this may be the only opportunity. You've seen photos, the people are here. Please run into them and ask any random questions. We have a lot of information that we represent you to make this decision. Thank you, please sit down. And the staff, the entire staff complement of ERA, may I also request management to lead your staff so that all the staff stand up, please. Staff ERA, stand up, because this is the, so that is the team. Some of the team members are all over. Please feel free to run in each of them. Hand a note of a question so that we are able to serve you better. I would also like to thank our licensees, to thank the electricity consumers, please take your seats, and the public for continuing to support ERA, and by inference supporting the electricity supply industry. That has enabled us to achieve our mandate progressively. Finally, I thank the Fountain of Honor, the President of the Republic of Uganda, for prioritizing the energy sector and giving the great support that we receive at the various levels of decision making. Electric supply industry is a very delicate industry. It is related. You must have heard some of the honorables or future honorables. They run for power, water, extend here, extend there, reliable here. Because when you deliver a service, then people trust that you can lead them and lead them better. So we thank our Fountain of Honor for the continued trust and support that we receive that enables us to undertake this delegated mandate. As I conclude, I now take the pleasure and honor to invite my supervisor, the chairperson of the Electricity Regulatory Authority, and the presiding officer of this public hearing, Ambassador Joanne Rabiomere, to make her remarks. Thank you for your kind attention. God bless you.
Political leaders present, heads of government agencies present, licensees of the electricity supply industry, the business community. I'm okay. It's okay. The civil society, electricity consumers, the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my singular honor and privilege on behalf of the chairperson of Electricity Regulatory Authority, Dr. Sarah Wasagali Kanavi, to welcome you all to this public hearing in respect of the applications for tariff review for the year 2025. I warmly greet you all. The notice of this public hearing was published in the following media houses: the Daily Monitor newspaper, dated 29th November 2024, the New Vision newspaper, dated 2nd December 2024, and the Observer newspaper, dated 4th December 2024. I would like to extend my appreciation to our Chief Executive Officer, who has just shared with you a detailed overview of this public hearing and the highlights of the electricity supply industry. Thank you very much, Engineer Aziria. This notice was also published on the ERA website and verified digital media, inviting you stakeholders and the general public to make presentations, representations or objections, and to register their participation in a public hearing. This public hearing, ladies and gentlemen, is part of the consultative process in line with the authority's principles of transparency and ensuring stakeholder involvement in the tariff review process and the authority's decision-making process. As part of the review process, The authority is undertaking engagements with various institutions, including the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the applicants, the Uganda Manufacturers Associations, and the media. At this hearing, you have the opportunity to provide comments on the applications by UEGCL, UETCL, and Umeme Limited. Similarly, the applicants have the opportunity to provide justification for the revenue requirements that they have applied for. Your comments, therefore, will be very useful in guiding the Electricity Regulatory Authority to make a final decision on the applications. I therefore urge you to actively participate in this public hearing and wish you effective deliberations. I now have the pleasure to declare the public hearing open. God bless you. For God and my country. For you. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, it means you can hear me. My name is Stephen Mwanda. I serve as the Secretary to the Electricity Regulatory Authority. My task this morning is really to guide you on how we are going to conduct this public hearing. The presiding officer in her last statement indicated that the public hearing is now open. So I want to guide you on how we are going to engage, how we are going to discuss, basically the rules of engagement for this morning. First of all, I need to make a small administrative announcement. There are rooms of convenience behind that wall, just in case you are not aware. Just go outside at the back of that wall. You'll find rooms of convenience. Okay, from the program which was circulated, you realized we are running slightly behind. It means we need to pick up pace. And I request you to follow what I'm going to advise you strictly. One, we were required to register at the entrance as we entered this room. If you have not, I request you to please register and provide your details. Okay, the next segment is presentation of applications. We shall have an application from UETCL, UGCL, and Umeme Limited. The presentations will be precise, highlighting the salient aspects of the tariff applications. And I request, if there are individuals or organizations that have registered or indicated that they would like to make formal presentations, you shall be invited, if time allows, immediately after those presentation of those applications. If you intend to make any comment or ask any question, you shall simply raise your hand and the presiding officer will give you an opportunity on first come, first served basis. So after the presentations, there will be a discussion segment. Simply raise your hand and you'll be given an opportunity to contribute. We shall, the ERA Secretariat will address all comments or questions that will arise from the presentations and from the discussion session. And the presiding officer will determine at her discretion who is best suited to answer or address a particular aspect. The language for this hearing will be English language. However, should an interpreter be required, arrangements will be made. If you are given an opportunity to ask or to, okay, let's say to hold the microphone to say something, indicate your name. If you're representing a group or an institution, indicate the group or institution, and then you'll proceed to address this gathering. Now, going forward, we shall not be clapping. So if you have not, if somebody has not clapped for you, that has passed. Let's not clap hands. Let's not stamp our feet. Let's not bang tables. Let's not cheers. Let's not cheer. The subsequent segment is now formal. It is no clapping. Please don't forget, because I'll remind you. So, finally, let presenters, people given an opportunity to speak. Let's be brief, let's be focused, stick to the subject matter. Don't use abusive language. Do not cause annoyance or embarrassment to a presenter. Let's be civil so that we can engage in a civil manner. Finally, I would like to request you to put your devices either in silent or vibration, or even you can switch off, so that we do not the proceedings are not interrupted by a phone going off or a device going off. Yes, all questions will be directed to the presiding officer, and let's observe appropriate decorum in the course of this hearing. Finally, the decision of the authority shall not be made at this hearing, but at a formal meeting of the authority which shall take into consideration the information, representations, views, and the views expressed at this public hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Please don't clap.
Thank you very much for spelling out boldly the rules of engagement. It's now my pleasure to call upon Umeme to make their presentations, and you're warmly welcome, Umeme. My hands now, I can hold the microphone.
Apologies, Chairperson. Julius is taking me through protocols, so I've delayed a bit. I've chewed up one of my minutes. The Chairperson of the authority and presiding officer for this session, CEO ERA, the political leaders, the business community, sector colleagues, colleagues from Umeme, the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure for me to be here today to present the Umeme tariff application. But more importantly, this being our last application, the 20th one, I had to drive all the way to be here personally so that I can preside over and engage with you. But more importantly, to also extend my sincere thanks and appreciation for the support you have given the company over the 20-year period. This region is important for me also
Over my tenure as a chief executive, promises were made, demonstrations were made, our staff were harassed, some were injured, our offices were almost burned. But I'm absolutely glad, deep from my heart, I spent the night last night in Gulu, that the power supply in this area has greatly stabilized, and all the promises made have been fulfilled by the government, as outlined by the CEO era. So I really, deeply from my heart, thank you. We've seen Achua come to line. We have seen the substations in Gulu come to line. We have seen the revamp of the Lira substation. We've seen the interconnection to Kitugum being done. Opuyo substation, we are no longer relying on it. We've seen Karuma come into play. What a better place to be, as the CEO indicated, in terms of power reliability and if you're a capacity producer. I will quickly, I don't know which one is which now. Where is the direction? Okay. Who are we? We are a concessionaire with a 20-year operating concession, public company, listed on the Uganda and Nairobi Stock Exchange. We have over 6,600 shareholders, NSSF being the largest of which takes a quarter of the company, and highly regulated by the authority here, Nairobi Stock Exchange, Uganda Securities Exchange, Capital Markets Authority in Uganda and Kenya. And our role, as indicated by the presenter earlier on, is really to distribute power. We receive all our power from transmission company, pass it on to the end users. The end users will collect all the bills and then distribute them upstream, but highly regulated by the authority. Tariffs, why did we have to come here to apply? I thought we need to be reminded that tariffs are very, very important for this sector. They enable us to raise the necessary financial resources, not only for distribution, but also to feed into transmission, feed into generation, and ensure that the entire sector can provide you the service that you require. These tariffs also make us go out there, raise money, do capital investments, and then recover the monies to the capital providers. All these infrastructures we have seen, Karuma, all these interconnection lines, either way, as Ugandans, we have to pay for them, either through taxes or through small charges that will be passed on through the end user tariffs. But more importantly also, a financially sustainable sector enables us to go out and raise money. As indicated by the CEO, our access rates are still very low. Combined with solar, we are at around 53%. Grid, I think we are 22%, so we still need more. The estimate of around $4.6 billion are required if we are to achieve universal access. So a financially sustainable sector provides a platform to attract all these investments into the sector. Do we take all this revenue? No, we don't. We've run our numbers to see that really broadly, one way or the other, 84% of what we collect ends up with either government through transmission, taxes, and so on. We see shareholders only 2.5%. 10% of the tariff broadly goes into operation and maintenance. My pole is down. I need my meter replaced. All those service issues, including people and so on. And another 3.5% goes into capital investments. So the money that you as our consumers pay us broadly is shared across the various players to enable us to continue to provide you with the service that you require. How did we fare over the year 2024? We start with safety. We still experience incidents of people interfering with our network, leading to either fatalities or injuries. More importantly, related to power theft. I urge members of the public, we look forward to your support to ensure that we can weed these monies out of the sector. Use licensed wiremen. Do not touch the network unless you are qualified. If you see a network down, please make the phone call, contact our teams. We will come first to resolve. But also from our side, we ensure that our people are equipped with protective equipment. We ensure that, again, we engage with the public, educate you, and do community outreaches. So safety, electricity is good. Very, very good, but it's also extremely dangerous. It can kill you if you get a nail and put it in the end of the sockets here. You can have an opportunity to end your life. So we appeal to you, use electricity extremely sensitively. The other key outcome we have is energy losses. The CEO era, or my regulator, talked about it. I'm extremely glad when I look at this curve, when we started and where we are leaving our mark. The team say now we are starting to float below the 16%, which is a great milestone in the region. If you look at our neighbors in Kenya, they are floating at 23, 24%. You look at Tanzania at around 20%. But why are energy losses important? As the CEO era indicated, the power that is stolen ultimately ends up, the burden coming to the consumers one way or the other, either through pricing or subsidies from government. Where we are now, there's still room to go down, and we wish luck to our next operator to move the needle from where we have stopped to single digits as desired by the president. Because every percentage point reduction there has an opportunity to reduce end user tariffs by approximately 1 percentage point. The other one is about connections. I'm glad that we're implementing the government program. We have so far connected close to 200,000 customers this year. The goal is to go over 250,000 customers by end of the year through these initiatives as funded by the government of Uganda, either the French or the Ugandan Development Bank or the World Bank, among several others. We understand there are many customers that have applied. We are doing whatever we can to clear up the queue that is within our control. But it's a great thing. We have seen these connections lead to more power consumption. The other key output is a demand for electricity. Yes, we have increased our generation capacity. I'm glad to know that CEO, when you compare to the presiding officer, the chairman of the authority, chairperson of the authority, if you compare the amount of power we have sold, we are selling this year compared to the COVID times, there's a growth close to 50% growth in volume, which is a good thing. Good thing that it generates more revenue. Good thing that it provides an opportunity to the authority to leverage tariffs. Instead of tariffs going up because the base of volume is increasing, tariffs actually naturally go down. I know we look at these numbers in static terms, but if the economists went and computed the average tariff, remove inflation, my belief is the real tariff is coming down when you remove the macroeconomic factors, which is very good for the country. The road ahead is to continue growing in double digits to ensure that this power is being used productively. This power is transforming people's lives in their home states. The other positive is, again, we continue to invest in the network. I'm glad a number of good, I call them signature projects, have been completed. There was a Matuga substation. There was expansion of West Bank. In Lira, I think we are concluding the dedicated line to the Lira Regional Referral Hospital. Among many, we've done the same in Mbale, we've done the same in Mbarara. We are building a substation in Mukono. These projects help to provide more capacity and improve supply reliability. Chair, from a customer experience perspective, I'm glad to know that we've been tracking what customers think about us. And we have noted from the periods before, as we digitized, as power became more available, as we improved our services, as we trained our people, customers are more positive about Umeme. We did a deep stake survey. The net promoter score for the year was 41%. If you compare to 10 years ago, 6, 7 years ago, people were saying to hell with Umeme. And I believe if we did a deep stake survey now in the north, given that power has stabilized, we'll get lots of thumbs up. But as the Secretary of Authority has indicated, please don't clap, otherwise I'll be in trouble. But that happiness is a result of, I put on the lights, I get what I want. I want to deal with a company, I can find you anytime. I make a query, it's responded to and resolved. We sincerely appreciate your support. All the grievances you raise help us to keep improving the way we serve you. People, we have been heavy on people, our people, training them, skilling them, and aligning their rewards to the outputs of the sector. I would like you to know that at Umeme, our reward structure is very tough. A staff is only guaranteed 65% of their pay. The other 35% of your pay, you have to sweat for it and deliver losses, deliver service, deliver safety, deliver the revenues. We've seen incentivizing staff and ensuring that they have what I call skin in the game has been helpful to align the interest of the consumer to the interest of the staff. Because the bills you pay help us to pay the staff. Why should staff not serve you or deliver the KPIs as required by the sector? Therefore, they must take a bit of pain to move forward. And we are really glad that our people have been highly trained and improving in terms of service delivery. Over the period also, as indicated by the CEO era, deliberately with the support of the authority, we've been heavy on technology. Heavy. The last day of upgrade of Yaka, I was following news in South Africa. People were lining up to upgrade their meters. Kilometers and kilometers of lines. But through the wise counsel of our minister, who announced this initiative around the same time last year, we picked it up from the policy. We got a lot of support from the authority, the regulator. We got a lot of support from the consumers. We went ahead of the curve. Actually, people were asking how did Umeme actually achieve all the upgrade of their meters without any chaos. We don't take it lightly. We got a lot of support from the authority and yourselves. If we had not done that, it would be extremely difficult to buy any token and service yourself for power continuity. Also, we had a call manager. Previously, you recall our call center is not available. The authority supported us, and we put in technology to upgrade that. Records management, GNIS, then lastly, the Yaka management system, which again we have upgraded. All these are meant to make it easy to serve you more efficiently through use of technology. In the period also, I know the authority is pushing and is introducing ESG standards, but we have gone ahead. We also measure ourselves around ESG standards. How much gas emissions are we pushing, greenhouse, into the atmosphere? How, even as we look at our power consumption, is it fair to leave the lights on in an office or running an AC when you are not there? All those initiatives we have indicated to reduce on energy consumption. Also, we have gone heavy into biodiversity conservation and solid waste management in conjunction with NEMA to ensure that we are responsible corporate citizen that cares for the environment. We've been heavy in the communities. You will be glad to know that yesterday we were visiting our friends, SOS villages in Igulu, where periodically we go and share, experiences with these little vulnerable children. The other time we were in Mbale, Chua Hospital, with specialized brain surgery. So we are heavy in the community. We are supporting the Association of Surgeons who are doing community outreaches. This time they covered Western Uganda, and also we covered the Archdiocese of Mbarara, again through outreach programs to ensure that we are good corporate citizens. Chair, also we went on to plant around 4,000 trees in the year because we are mindful that some of our products we use like poles deplete the environment. Therefore, it's important that we go back and plant more. We also, in conjunction with the Ministry of Energy, MEX, and again with the support of the regulator and UK aid, we are implementing what we call the ESAFRIA. These are electronic pressure cookers. I'm glad to note as of now we have in stock 2,700 equipment in stock. If you need this, please contact our office. Otherwise, they sell out. We are actually selling them to the members of the public through our offices. This is to promote clean cooking using electricity. Chair, I would like to say that we have been recognized extensively. Again, I congratulate ERA for successfully the 5th year being awarded by the African Development Bank as the most highly rated regulator in Africa. But I'm glad to know that your sector that you oversee and members, the people of Umeme, were recognized extensively. Our annual report was recognized by the Institute of Certified Public Accountants and CMA at the awards in 2004. Our CFO, Andrew Oye, was recognized as the youngest CFO of the year by the SCCA Uganda office. Our head of internal audit, CPA Ruth Doreen, was recognized as an accountant of the year by the Institute of Accountants. And again, she was elected as the president of all internal auditors in Africa. Our own engineer, Patricia Chan, was reappointed as a member of the Engineers Registration Board. Also within the same year, our public affairs campaign related to upgrade of Yaka was recognized by the Public Relations Association of Uganda as a masterpiece which averted a crisis in the sector. And as latest as yesterday, URA ranked us as the most compliant and best strategic partner they have, and most compliant with a platinum award. Given the impact of electricity on the economy, in the telecom, in industry, and again, our taxes had increased by 38%, which we paid to the authority, to the Revenue Authority. So for that, we were recognized as 2024 most tax compliant organization. It's not a mini feat to be recognized by a tax authority, which people always run away from, but it shows the impact. For me, this chair shows the impact. When the concession started, we are always going with the bowels to the ministry to beg for subsidies. We've turned out to be net taxi payers, and we are ranked as number 15. Again, Umeme is a proxy for the sector, as number 15 in terms of tax payments in the whole country. What a better way to move from being a subsidy taker to a net taxi contributor for economic development. All these honors show how good our people are and how the systems have improved over the period. Also, we got a lot of benchmarking. I don't know, it's because Umeme is going, you know. I got a lot of delegations, Somaliland, Zanzibar, Cameroon, EDF of France, you know, all coming to say, show us, even South Sudan, I think some last week or 2 weeks ago, they were here. How did you do it? How can we improve our energy systems in our countries, replicating Uganda's success story? So out there, the country is being looked at as a good model in management of energy systems. And again, our focus remains the same, and that's why, Chair, we are requesting for a revenue requirement of around $89 million to enable us to complete our tour of duty, which will come to an end in March next year. And again, I use this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for the guidance, oversight, and unwavering support over the 20-year period. Of course, the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Energy, our regulator, our sector partners, TCL, DCL, and GCL, NEMA, all our consumers, our financiers, KFW, IFC, World Bank, Stanbic, Standard Chartered Bank, FMO, DFCU, African Development Bank, Uganda Development Bank, all local governments among others, that with this partnership we have experienced over the last 20 years, it has moved us from where we were before to a better place now in readiness for the second generation of reforms. I thank you all, and as a person, it has been an absolute honor to serve the sector over the period, more importantly for the last 10 years as the CEO of Umeme. And I was thinking, CEO, that if there were these things of, I hear Dean of RDCs, Dean of Diplomats, I think I may qualify for that. I have seen a lot of changes in the sector, at transmission, at generation, at the authority, at the DCL. I've worked with the 3 ministers so far at Ministry of Energy, and absolutely, it's an absolute honor that as a team, we've pushed the sector to where it is, in a very good place, and we believe our successors will pick on from there and build on for greater heights in distribution in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Even this thing, I've taken almost like 30 minutes. Will I even eat today?
No longer! No longer! Muchala!
Wanji?
My baby wife!
What's going on today?
Let me first get a seat here. Very, very okay. Muchala, how was your day?
My day was well, but of course this Sigiri has been stressing me out as usual. In fact, I even wanted to prepare meat for you today.
Worry not. I have good news and better news. Which one should I start with?
I tell you how. Okay, let's start with good news.
The good news is I have found something new that will make our cooking faster and easier. It is safer, it is cleaner, and it is convenient.
Tell me about it.
In this box that I am carrying is the e-Safria. It uses power for cooking, and I have been told it cooks all the foods that we have in this house.
But shall we even afford the
That is where the better news comes in. I've been told that this thing uses very little power for cooking. In fact, they told me that it takes only 35 minutes to cook food. I'm telling you.
Wow.
In fact, you need to try it out.
Let's
Come with that first. I'm telling you. No. Are you tired of wrestling with those stubborn Sigiris in the kitchen? Well, no more hassle, because the e-Safria is here to save the day and your sanity. It is a faster, safer, cheaper, cleaner, and convenient way to cook. It leaves your kitchen sparkling like a chef's smile and will have you cooking up a storm without storming your wallet on electricity bills. It practically cooks for you while you sit back and enjoy a well-deserved break. To apply for the e-Safria, visit your Umeme office or apply through the Umeme app or website. Make payment through any of our accredited banking partners using your Yaka account number. Then smile all the way to the Umeme office to pick up your e-Safria. What is that?
I think the time we set is ready.
Really?
Yeah.
I think the
Does it mean our meat is ready?
Let's check it out. Let's open it and see.
Wow.
Wow!
Oh my God.
Everything is ready.
It looks tasty.
Oh my God. But bring the plates and we
Let me
serve.
bring the plate and we serve our food.
This thing is just
Is the meat like soft?
very nice.
Wow.
But we don't remember Junior, we are visiting today. We need to eat quickly and we do it and we go.
Don't you like share?
This food is so tasty.
Thank you very much for this impressive break. Thank you very much for this impressive commercial break. May I now call upon you, EGCL, to make your presentation.
Madam Chairperson, distinguished guests, members of the Republic of Uganda, all protocol observed. I humbly request to relay warm regards and apologies from the Chief Executive Officer of UGCL, Dr. Engineer Harrison Motikanga, who is not able to join us this morning and afternoon due to other business engagements. So before you is Engineer Mildred Nanono, the Technical Manager at Naluval and Kira Power Stations, and together with Mr. Gilbert Crest Arinaitwe, Manager Management Accounting we'll be presenting our case and our prayer to the regulator to be able to finance and provide funds for specifically Nalubale and Kira power stations. Just to trickle our minds, in 2001, under the Companies Act, on 1st April, Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, often known as UGCL, was incorporated. We are 100% government-owned. Our board of directors is appointed by our two shareholders. We are operating under the policy guidance by MEMD, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And I must say to date, we are running with 4 generation and sales licenses. That is 183 megawatts Isimba hydropower stations, the recently commissioned 600 megawatts Karuma power station, the 50 megawatts Namave thermal power plant, and the reason why I'm here, the 380 megawatts Nalubale and Kira hydropower stations combined, and we often call them the complex. Our mandate is very simple. We aspire to acquire, maintain and operate electricity generating facilities and promote research and development within the sector while running the company on sound, prudent practices. For those of us who may not be aware, if I take us back 1 year ago, on 1st April, UEGCL took over the operation and maintenance of Nalubale and Kira power stations after the natural end of the 20-year concession between Eskom Uganda Limited and the government of Uganda. So our main customer is UETCL, Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited, who is the sole buyer of our electricity. Madam Chair, I would like to report that for the year 2024 closing, we've been able to deliver on our mandate as per the 3-year license that requires us to ensure availability of our assets at 97%. To date, we've exceeded those targets, and the complex right now is seated at availability of 98.84%. This is because of the dedicated team that we have at the sites, as well as UGCL at large, to ensure that the Ugandans receive the electrons from Jinja and Bwike districts, where the 2 power stations lie. As of October 2024, Nalubale and Kira power stations have been contributing 24.4% of the energy that we are consuming. And I must say, in the last 20 years, even when Eskom was in operation, we only attained the highest tested capacity of the complex on 28th of February this year, which was 362.6 megawatts. Madam Chair, this is a testament that with our core values, we are determined and dedicated to ensure that Uganda achieves its 2040 goals and missions of making sure that we have electricity. On average, we are dispatching around 133 gigawatt hours since the takeover. Madam Chair, we appreciate the support through the regulator. You've always come to our rescue to ensure that we keep these assets running. It requires investments. For those that are not aware, the oldest power station, originally known as Owen Falls Dam, that is Nalubale Power Station, is 70 years old. Now you can only imagine issues of obsolescence. We need to upgrade. The historical defects of alkali silicate reaction still affect the plant. And it's for that reason that we are here today to not only give a highlight of how we are performing, but also pray that the regulator will consider our application for 2025. Madam Chair, I would like to say, among the things you've approved is the aggregate, just a sampled output of the investments you've given us. We had challenges in the yard, and you can see on the extreme on the extreme right, it now looks better and representative of the profession and the sector. We've also been able to address the effects of ASR, alkali silicate reaction. This is unit 6, and I hope you're able to come to the east to see where electricity comes from. We've been having issues of leakages in the structures, and through your approval and support, this is what it looks like right now, and we hope to continue maintaining other parts of the asset as such. The key challenge we faced 2024, you may have had the rise in the lake level. In the history of the nation since 1954, when Nalubale was commissioned, we hit the highest new normal of the lake level of 13.72 meters. That gives us good hydrology. However, we have challenges of islands that dock at the station and affect our operations. We are struggling, we are monitoring, we are using means available to ensure that we don't disrupt production. However, we pray that we get a long-lasting solution to ensure that the Ugandans get electricity. I've spoken into obsolescence. I'll not repeat that. So at this juncture, being an engineer, I shall not embarrass myself in front of the CPAs. I would like to request my colleague that understands the numbers to take us through our request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mildred. Full protocol observed, Madam Chair, CEO, and the public at large. For the people of Lira, Apoyo Binu Wunu. Now, I would like to get into the numbers, like my colleague has shown us. The plant is old, and one of the things that we have considered in our total revenue requirement is investments and then also costs for operation and maintenance. So part of the assumptions that
Kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair. I am Gilbert Crest Arinitwe. I'm Manager, Management Accounting, UEGCL. Apologies. So, Madam Chair, as I was mentioning, the assumptions that we have considered in our submission that we made, the exchange rate, 3.8, and part of these other key assumptions are standard. For instance, the sales will be based on capacity price. And in the next slide, just for the benefit of the public, I thought I would give you a high-level understanding of how the capacity price is computed. So our total revenue requirement that contains both the investments that are required to upgrade and sustain the integrity of the plant, and then the operation and maintenance costs as well are what you see on the upper side of the numerator. And then the denominator has the total capacity and then the total hours in a year, which is 8,760, and then the target availability that the regulator uses to keep us on our toes so that we are delivering, we are available, we are making sure that power is available at all times for the public. Now, just to move next to the high-level breakdown, the total revenue requirement that we are submitting is 60 billion. But in terms of the breakdown, and just to give you a feel of the appreciation, 18.5 billion relates to staff costs. Like you have heard, the plant is 70 years old. So in terms of technology, majorly some of the technology is a bit obsolete. That means that we require a lot of manual human. It's labor intensive. So the staff costs are 18.5 billion. And then the administrative costs with the largest driver being insurance is 14.6 billion, and the investments that we require to undertake in the financial year 2025 amount to 21.6 billion. Lastly, as you see, there is a portion of the recovery of the buyout amount that allows us to recover the buyout amount that we paid to ESCOM when their concession came to an end. It is done in phases so that the final user does not feel the impact of that recovery at a go. As you can see, we are doing it at 5%. Technically, that means it would take us about 20 years to recover that money. Just as a high level as well, a comparison of what we applied for last year and what we are applying for this year. In terms of the general operating and maintenance costs, you can see the number is flat, 30 billion. We are trying to be as efficient as possible, not to cause any additional cost to the final consumer. And then in terms of the investments as well, there is a decline from 23.9 billion to 21.6 billion. Part of the ICT and admin costs also relate to the fact that I had mentioned earlier of obsolescence of some of the technologies. And in terms of the themes of the investments that we have submitted in that 21 billion, 7 of them are to deal with issues relating to life cycle replacement. For instance, if a component was designed to run for, let's say, 30,000 hours and they are exceeded, you definitely have to replace that in time to protect the integrity. And then the last closing part I would want to conclude with is the total revenue requirement request that we are placing to you, Madam Chair, which is 60 billion. And in terms of the capacity price, it would translate, if you remember the formula that I was showing you in the slides before, it will translate to a cost of 41,523 shillings per megawatt hour. In terms of for better understanding for the ordinary person, you and me, in terms of a unit, if we are to bring it down to a kilowatt hour, it is a cost of 41 shillings. Nusu anamwemu in Uganda. So if our prayer is that the revenue, total revenue requirement is considered by you, Chair, and at this point I submit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Naitwe. Transmission, are you ready? Introduce yourself.
The presiding officer, the CEO, Electricity Regulatory Authority, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Noah Mwesigwa, the Acting Manager, Revenue and Statistics at the Uganda Electricity Transmission Company. I would also want to bring across greetings and regards from the board and management of UTCL. The CEO couldn't make it here because of equally important sector engagements that he had to take care of. but he's fully represented here. Before I start the presentation, I would want to, in a special way, thank the regulator for continuously engaging the public into sector issues. This is a sign of accountability, it's a sign of openness and due care. And we believe that it's good to be recognized and appreciated. We understand the tariffs have moved from the nominal costs. They have come into the complex systems of regulations, of market dynamics, and I would urge the public to appreciate that. Don't look at these tariffs as just numbers on your bills. These tariffs are a reflection of the policies that have been passed. These tariffs are a reflection of the market dynamics, and these tariffs are a reflection of the current and the futuristic planning of the energy sector. So, Presiding Officer, allow me to proceed. UTCL, the Uganda Electricity Transmission Company, is fully regulated by Electricity General Authority under the policy guidance of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We do have licenses issued by the regulator, bulk power supply, operation of the high voltage, above 66 voltages. We are the system operator. We are the ones mandated to do power and import. The public infrastructure is for the UCC. For performance, I would like to, through Presiding Officer, to inform the public that we are currently at the installed capacity of 2,029.2 megawatt hours grid. This is exclusive of the off-grid, and our peak demand as at 2024 was 1,063.49 megawatt hours. We have currently kilometer length of 4,900 kilometers of transmission lines, high voltage lines, and we've moved the transformation to 6,900.5 MVA. This is all geared to ensure that we have access, we take part into implementation of grid extension projects and also be able to feed the requirements of our distribution companies. What so far we have achieved in the current year, we've managed to commission Kole Gulu Orio lines. A number of you are familiar about the issues that were prevailing across the Kole Gulu line. Orio Nebi Arua, the West Nile, I cannot stress it more than what the CEO has elaborated. Muzizi, we have a number of power generators, almost 20 megawatts in the area of Kagadi, and we've had a number of issues, but with the support from Ministry of Energy and Finance, and earlier we've been to commission the 132 substation. The associated substations are the attendant transmission lines that we have also been able to commission, and these have greatly improved the transformation in these areas of West Nile. We are seeing the growth in West Nile moving almost from 9 gigawatt hours annually to almost 25 to over 30 gigawatt hours. This is a sign of positive and proper planning. Now, just like any other sector, we do face challenges, and as UTCL, our challenges are basically aligned to the mandates that we have. They are aligned to the strategic pillars that are approved by the board and management, and these are some of the challenges that we do face. I'll pick a sample of a few of them due to interest of time. For instance, human capital development. The HR professionals will tell you that there cannot be development if the human resource is not catered for. And the challenge and the requirements for the human resource development are basically on the rates of retention, basically on how do you attract talent, how do you attract people, how do you retain and succession planning. But we've had this as a challenge. The merger has become a challenge that it's been hard to attract talent and people because of the short contracts that we are being given, and that has been a challenge to the sector. Financial sustainability, the board and management have always had, are intentional on operating UTCL as a private sector tenant mindset, and there's always efficient utilization of resources, but we have had challenges when it comes to funding. The tariff does not cater for development costs. These are costs that we usually need to get from Ministry of Finance through the Ministry of Energy and through the constitutional borrowing. We've also had issues to do with exchange rates in regard to recognition of our loans, the on-loan loans. I will talk about the security of power supply. This is very key and pertinent to the mandate that we have to make sure that, and this is seen in the exchange where we have to expand, to expand the grid to border to make sure that the electricity access rate is improved. We're having issues with transmission losses, sorry. We have the high cost of O&M vandalism. The CEO era has really elaborated more. I can't add anything more. We've had transformer capacity constraints on so many. In Tororo, we are having transformers, superseding their optimal load ranges. We've seen redundancy. And demand and grid expansion, we are in the middle of the value chain of electricity supply industry, and so we've had to deal with evacuation of the embedded generators, so we've incurred a lot of losses on that. And also deemed energy, where the generating plants do not match, where we cannot be able to take on their generation because of reasons other than those that are not up to them. Delays in corridor acquisition. Uganda land belongs to the people, and we are abiding entity. We cannot work without the laws, so we have to follow the laws of the land to make sure that people compensations in these values that we acquire are properly compensated. But the issues are, these are the summary of the issues that affect the business of transmission. Now, when it comes to the budget for 2025, I would want to remind ourselves that UTCL operates under the multi-year tariff. We did apply for a 3-year multi-year tariff budget, 2023 and 2025. We had the same public hearings. ERA did approve the O&M. However, capital investments are usually approved annually. And I would want to put it across that we are here to seek for approval for only our capital investments. Now, the justifications for the budget are basically in twofold. We are looking at increasing the grid infrastructure. We did present to the public that our target for the 3-year multi-year budget was to increase transmission line kilometer from 3,000 kilometers to 6,000 kilometers. And I would like to state that we are currently at 4,000. We believe that if this budget is passed, we shall be able to reach our timeline, meeting the increasing demand. We thank the regulator that over time a number of initiatives have been put across to increase demand. We've seen industrial parks through the Uganda Investment Authority. We've seen the pricing structures that enable to improve foreign direct investments. We've seen a number of institutional cooking tariffs. These are geared to increase demand, and we want to be ready to make sure that when this demand, as it increases, our infrastructure is there and available to make sure that it meets the growing demand. Reduction of transmission losses. Currently, we are having an issue of transmission losses ranging from 4 to 5%. And this is heavily a cost to the sector because at any one point, someone has to shoulder these costs. And therefore, we are saying the budget justification for 2025, we want to improve on the grid. We want to tremendously reduce these losses to a percentage that is industry allowed and to make sure that the sector and the economy achieve the targets and the viability of the money that is injected into it. Transformer capacity constraints. We have budgeted for a number of transformers in 2025. These transformers are to guide us to improve on the transformation on a number of substations. I gave an example. In Toro, we have 2 transformers, 80 MVA and the 20 MVA. But there are times when we have the 80 MVA being loaded up to over 80%, and the engineers will tell you that is not efficient utilization. The optimal range is around 50 to 60. We are having a number of industries coming up in Tororo. A gold factory is coming and the request of 30 megawatts. So we are planning for that, and that's why we are requesting for a budget in 2025 to make sure that we do have a proper grid reliability. In Kapeka, we're having over 25 factories coming up, and there's only one 40 MVA, which was borrowed from some other substations. So we need to replace that. We're talking about Namavi. And all these are geared to make sure that we comply with the relevant guidelines that we have. ERA in terms of compliance, requires us to have N-1. When you talk about the East African Power Pool grid code, it talks about to make sure that the voltages are within the required ranges. So all these are to make sure that we can be able to meet the targets and the requirements of the sector. Vandalism. I don't think I can stress this more than the CEO. It's a sector issue, it's a challenge, it affects each and everyone, even us who are here. Imagine coming here to ask for funds in the tariff for the actions that we do. It seems that we still, again, we come and ask for the public too. So I think the CEO is clear, and we thank the security forces and all the efforts that have been put to make sure that this vice is entirely and properly. The budget assumptions, in brief, we are thinking at maintaining the installed capacity. This does not mean that we are not engaging in additional generation. No, we do have planned generation that will be coming on board, but based on our forecast, we believe that we may not be able to commission any new plant in 2025, but all these have been shaded to post-2025. And system demand, a number of initiatives have been put to increase the demand. We think that there will be a 3.71 increase in the demand. Generation license, this has to be matched up to make sure that it meets the growing demand. The losses, ERA gave us a target of 4.6 this year and 3.56 the next year. We are saying we don't want to drive away from the ERA target of 2025. We are an entity of compliance. We want to target 3.56. We are commissioning projects. We have commissioned Kode Guru, we have commissioned Arua side, and we believe all these commissioning and investments in the sector in transmission network are geared to reducing the transmission loss percentages. A higher transmission loss is a cost to the sector, because at one point, anyone has to suffer the cost. And it also leads to inefficiency, because you have losses, you have to generate more to accommodate the loss. So you're generating unwanted for you to get out of the loss so that you can have. And so it's inefficiency. And we are speaking the same language with the generator. We are putting all efforts to make sure that all these projects that we have are commissioned on time. These sales, we are projecting to have a 13.1% increase in the sales. These sales are mainly targeted to the industrial consumption. Like I said earlier, government through ERA, we have a number of initiatives that are coming up on board. The industrial parks, the tariff structures that ERA is continuing to review by the mandate, it's really something that is appetizing, that would require foreign direct investments to come more and take on into and invest into the sector. System grid availability. We have a target of 98%, and we are still saying that 2025, we are not changing. We shall maintain the grid available for all industries. We shall maintain the grid available for all sector players, for the country and our neighboring country. Now, this is affected by vandalism. So we would plan to maintain this, but at the end of the day, it is us ourselves that really hammer us. So we believe that we need to work together and make sure that as we try to maintain the grid available, you, the people who are here, you, the public, also take charge of, look at your neighbor, look at what they are doing on these lines, so that we can be able to move forward. That's a snapshot of what we project to. These are the single buyer costs. We have aligned a generation mix, a hybrid of generation mix, as guided and approved by ERA. This mix has been well thought about. If you can look at it, almost 95% of it is renewable. And we are not saying that we have to come out of the blue. We follow guidelines and guidance from Ministry of Energy. For instance, having a 95% dispatch plan for renewable renewables, we are complying with the renewable energy policy at the Ministry of Energy. And we are cognizant of the effects of the destruction to the environment. So we have aligned the renewables, ready to make sure that these renewables will help us to meet the growing demand. We have reduced the thermals to make sure that we don't want to have more thermal emissions into the air. That's a summary of the capital budget. We are proposing a budget of 22,000 million for the grid, non-grid, and consultancy. Now, a brief snapshot of what we require under the grid. Initially, I told you, I'll point out it too. For instance, here, Tororo MVA. We want to buy an 80 MVA in Tororo. We have a number of factories, cement factories, 3 of them in Tororo. We have the incoming gold factory in Toro. Toro is blessed with minerals. And so for us to be able to, we are planning to make sure that we provide ample infrastructure to support the growing demand and development in Toro. I talked about Kapeka. Kapeka is an industrial park, over 24 factories, and more are coming. We want to make sure that we have available, reliable infrastructure in Kapeka to make sure that we can be able to supply the loads in this area. I'll talk about Namave. Namave, we have 3 transformers in Namave, but Namave, for those who are familiar with Kampala, it's a backbone of the metropolitan. It supports heavily industries around Namave. It supports Kawanda. So having 2 transformers alone, we may not, this is a regulatory requirement. We need to achieve N-1 when it comes to Kapeka. So we are not asking for these funds for the sake of, we are asking these funds for compliance. We're asking for these funds to make sure that we maintain the grid as per the required standards, as per the set regulations by ERA, as per the set policy guidance by Ministry of Finance. I will again briefly talk about Kabale. We heard the cries of Kabale people. We are commissioning Mirama Kabale a few days from now, a few months from now. But the initial studies show that, especially during off-peak, we shall have high voltages in Kabale region. And now, as a utility, we cannot sit down and think about what do we do. Should we shut down the line because of low voltage, high voltages in Kabale? We are planning to buy a shunt reactor. This is going to help us in managing the over voltages in Kabale region. This is also guided by the East African Power Pool Integration Grid Code that gives us a range within which voltages can be acceptable. We are reconductoring a number of these lines. Kabale, Kabarasuke, Masaka West, Bujagai, Tororo, Nkonge, Rugonjo, Nkonje. These are lines that were constructed in 1968. You can imagine the sector has grown tremendously for us to maintain these conductors. They have outlived their critical values of age, capacity, and sag. And we are saying, give us this money. A number of generating plants have come. Load is growing in the western side, in the eastern side, and we want to make sure that these lines are reconducted enough so that they can be able to take on the growing demand. The SCADA, this is the supervisory control and data acquisition. We are looking at these policies and guidelines from Ministry of Energy. We are looking at these regulations. We believe that if our SCADA system is not up to grade, we cannot be able to monitor the increasing grid that we have. We cannot be able to monitor the increasing generating capacity that we have. So we are trying to request for this funding to make sure that our SCADA engineers, our SCADA system is able and good enough to do the work that it's supposed to do. SCADA is very critical in terms of, especially in our mandate to do with the system operation. You have to align these plants accordingly. You have to manage shutdowns. So we need a sophisticated upgrade, and this is the phase 3. We thank ERA that they have given us funding in the previous tariff applications, and we still pledge and request that this funding is also approved. Arua-Oraba line. This is a line that we are proposing to have that connects from Arua to Oraba, I think towards the South Sudan border, a few kilometers from. Now this is also in our bid to meet our target in terms of export and import. We believe that currently we have an export potential of around 700 megawatts. We need to be able to tap into this by having studies started early so that by the time we do connect interconnections, these studies have been able to guide us on how we are to proceed. Geotechnical investigations, lastly, this is basically, we are trying to do geotechnical investigations within house. The board and management at UTCL are intentional to building internal capacity. These used to be done by consultants, but they are intentional that we can do this ourselves. This cost is to make sure that we support the internal capacity team to make sure that for these land projects, these geotechnical investigations are carried out and done. And this, it's cost saving. These are just non-grid. We are looking at re-roofing the Huntington. I'll go to the unifying technology infrastructure. We are trying to align ourselves with the data protection law that is within. Also upgrade our storage. The grid is increasing. These are automobile. We are expanding grid to Moroto. We are now in Arua. We are now in Ayago. We cannot manage those lines unless we are facilitated in the automobile platform. And that's why we are requesting for these very few vehicles to enable us make sure that we meet our 1M operations. The consultancy budget, this also is the board and management are intentional to make sure that we are guided where we can and where we can be able to do ourselves we are doing. We are carrying out a transmission loss study. This is a study for the whole sector. We cannot manage the grid if we don't understand what is causing these losses, how better can we manage these flows. Now, we are asking for a consultancy budget to make sure that we get to know how better can we manage. Transmission losses are a cost to each and every one. They are a cost to the sector, a sign of inefficiency, and we are saying we are speaking the same language. Give us these funds to make sure that we better up there. Also, certification. Standardization is very key. We got standardized ISO 2000 2 years ago, but now we need to get ISO certification in healthy and safety. And this is what we're asking for. Give us these funds. We want to look at our healthy and safety standards. Do they match the international standards? Are they up to the task? And we shall get the recommendation from them. This will be able to guide management on how to proceed. That's the revenue requirement we are seeking for. We are saying that the total revenue requirement is 1.7 trillion against the cost, the investment cost we're asking for are the 122. And we are saying that to the presiding officer that we request for an average bulk supply tariff of 261.53 Uganda shillings per kilowatt hour. We believe within the utmost spirit that this is a fair cost recovery tariff. We believe that this is a tariff that enables compliance. We believe that this is a tariff that enables upgrading of the grid to meet the demand, to meet the requirements of the grid. We believe that this grid will, this bulk supply tariff we're asking for is environmentally friendly and to the task of the mandate that we have. Lastly, prior through the presiding chair, we do request that we consider the net purchase cost of 1.5 million, an investment rated budget of 122 billion, and also the resultant price of 261.53 average BST. I thank you.
Thank you very much, transmission. And we take a 20 minutes break. I would like to request Mr. Wandera of Electricity Regulator Authority to come and make a few announcements.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chairperson has granted us a 20 minutes break, but during this break, we have a refreshment table served down, Ibrahim. There are 2 tables where you can pick tea or water and a bite. And looking that we are already 13:04, if we take 20 minutes and get back, then the Chairperson is going now to open up the room to discussion. It's now your time. Umeme, UEGCL, UETCL have put in their applications, their requests. Somebody is asking for 122 billion. Another one is saying, I'm asking for only 40 shillings per unit. Another one is asking for ABCD. They have laid their wish lists before you. Now the Chairperson is going to give you opportunity to respond. Make sure you don't go away. You come and interrogate these things. Thank you very much. Mr. Kasita has gone out. Okay, let's bless what we're going to eat. Lord, we thank you for whatever has been served. Blessed and sanctified in Christ Jesus. Amen. Exactly 20 minutes past, we'll be on the microphone calling you back.
I would like to welcome you all to this public hearing in respect of applications received from the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, here with us to present their case to the public today. These applications were for, one, a license for distribution of electricity in the entire country. The other one is a license for sale and supply of electricity to the last user. And of course, by inference, they have applied for tariff performance parameters to be applicable upon the natural end of Umeme Limited's concession.
Your comments at today's engagement will be very useful in guiding the Electricity Regulatory Authority to make a final decision on the UEDCL's application. I therefore urge you, all of you, to actively participate in this engagement and to wish you an effective deliberation.
Our first focus lies on delivering a service to the customer, that is through a customer service excellence. But that one goes hand in hand with operational efficiency. We believe that the business and the activities we are going to do, they will be in a position to sustain a tariff neutral. We do here request the regulator to grant UEDCL a license for distribution of electricity and the sale of electricity in Uganda. And the second request is to request the regulator to approve our revenue requirement as at the 1st of April 2025, totaling to 4 trillion shillings. I therefore submit.
One, from the presentation that was highlighted, is a plan to change from postpaid to prepaid meters. This for us in our thinking is laborious from the operational aspect, but also based on ATC credit rating. If you do your checks with Umeme, based on the figures that I've illustrated, do we have an exception for that based on our credit rating and how much we are consuming in a year? Secondly, in terms of the work management center from Umeme, it's been responsive given the kind of availability that we need. Would want to understand whether UEDCL is going to retain that.
UEDCL has a pole plant and manufactures poles. So basically, they've been our competitor. Now, what is going to happen to the other pole plants?
ATC, yeah, thank you very much, Ronald. You're also our customer, and we need to evolve by technology. The world is changing from postpaid environment to the new way of managing bills and transactions. Quality of service, we take that one into recognition.
Maria Magdalena has asked, will these changes affect the other running systems like the Yaka? Should I start paying in smaller amounts for the electricity bills until the changes take place? And I want to assure all of you that all your presentations and concerns will form part of the information in the decision making of the authority.
like to welcome you all to this public hearing in respect of applications received from the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, here with us to present their case to the public today. These applications were for, one, a license for distribution of electricity in the entire country. The other one is a license for sale and supply of electricity to the last user. And of course, by inference, they have applied for tariff performance parameters to be applicable upon the natural end of Umeme Limited's concession.
Your comments at today's engagement will be very useful in guiding the Electricity Regulatory Authority to make a final decision on the UEDCL's application. I therefore urge you, all of you, to actively participate in this engagement and to wish you an effective deliberation.
Our first focus lies on delivering a service to the customer, that is through a customer service excellence. But that only goes hand in hand with operational efficiency. We believe that the business and the activities we're going to do, they will be in a position to sustain a tariff neutral. We do here request the regulator to grant UEDCL a license for distribution of electricity and the sale of electricity in Uganda. And the second request is to request the regulator to approve our revenue requirement as at the 1st of April 2025, totaling to 4 trillion shillings. I therefore submit.
One, from the presentation that was highlighted, is a plan to change from postpaid to prepaid meters. This for us in our thinking is laborious from the operational aspect, but also based on ATC credit rating. If you do your checks with Umeme, based on the figures that I've illustrated, do we have an exception for that based on our credit rating and how much we are consuming in a year? Secondly, in terms of the work management center from Umeme, it's been responsive given the kind of availability that we need. We would want to understand whether UEDCL is going to retain that.
UEDCL has a pole plant and manufactures poles. So basically, they've been our competitor. Now, what is going to happen to the other pole plants?
ATC, yeah, thank you very much, Ronald. You're also our customer, and we need to evolve by technology. The world is changing from postpaid environment to the new way of managing bills and transactions. Quality of service, we take that one into recognition.
Maria Magdalena has asked, will these changes affect the other running systems like the Yaka? Should I start paying in smaller amounts for the electricity bills until the changes take place? And I want to assure all of you that all your presentations and concerns will form part of the information in the decision making of the authority.
Dear stakeholders, those who have finished their tea, this is an invitation that you come back to the hall and we resume our sessions. Now a time for question and answer. May I request ERA staff at the back to help us mobilize stakeholders to come back to the hall. Amina, may you lead the team to go and mobilize guests back. Peter, Mr. Jairus, can we have the ERA team go down to mobilize stakeholders to come back to the hall? At least there are those who finished tea and they are still resting. Those who are in the line can continue, but those who are done, ERA staff, please mobilize stakeholders to come back. The chairperson is back in her seat, and so it's time for us to resume.
I would like to welcome you all to this public hearing in respect of applications received from the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, here with us to present their case to the public today. These applications were for, one, a license for distribution of electricity in the entire country. The other one is a license for sale and supply of the electricity to the last user. And of course, by inference, they have applied for tariff performance parameters to be applicable upon the natural end of Umeme Limited's concession.
Your comments at today's engagement will be very useful in guiding the Electricity Regulatory Authority to make a final decision on the UEDCL's application. I therefore urge you, all of you, to actively participate in this engagement and to wish you an effective deliberation.
Our first focus lies on delivering a service to the customer, that is through a customer service excellence. But that one goes hand in hand with operational efficiency. We believe that the business and the activities we are going to do.
Chairperson,
will be
I
in a position
want to
sustain
propose that
tariff
some people are coming
we
in.
do here request the regulator.
The session is
grant
before you to open the
UEDCL
question and
license
answer. Those who
for
join us
distribution
might
of electricity
join us in the
and
course, but
sale
for
of
now,
electricity in Uganda.
if you will, Chair,
And the
you might
second
have to open the question and
is to
answer
request
session now. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I call the meeting to reconvene for our next session of discussions, questions, and interventions. You put up your hand when you start.
There is a hand. There is a hand, Chairperson, already behind here.
You introduce yourself and the institution you're from, and proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, the CEO, distinguished presenters, ladies and gentlemen, the participants. I'm called Geoffrey Bosco Gwal. I carry the mandate of the people of City West B to City Council. That is to say, I am the representative of the people. Madam Chair, I want to thank you for bringing this engagement out of Kampala. Thank you very, very much to Lira. Madam Chair, I have a concern. I represent a section of people just a stone throw from here. The place is called Omito. For quite a long time, the community are not yet connected with the power. I wanted to know, because previously it was rare annually, but now I'm told that rare has now gone back to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and yet we are told that the area is already mapped. So we want to find out who will now take over. How do we have the community connected? Because as leaders, we are almost being crucified, and yet the officers are in Kampala, and we cannot move to Kampala. So I brought in their cry that they need the power because they are within the city, and just a stone throw from where we are seated. Two, I want to pose this question to Omeme. I've just received a message that there will be power will be off for 2 days. That is tomorrow and Saturday. I am wondering, Madam Chair, that for us to do business and you put off power for 2 days, even if it is about the maintenance, how do you expect the people to survive? Because there are people who depend entirely on power. If the power is not there, that means they cannot do any business. So now, if the message is that for 2 days, how I wish that maybe the power can be off, maybe during Sundays. But now if it is Friday and Saturday, those are 2 working days when people are doing business. So it is my concern that can Umeme help us if the maintenance is to take place maybe 1 day in a week, either a Sunday when the majority of people are not doing some productive work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Daniel Olinga. Daniel Olinga. Okay. Next.
Thank you very much, the organizers of this public
consultative meeting. I have 3 small issues to raise. Number 1, we hear rumors. I am calling it a rumor because it is not yet confirmed. Is Uganda exporting power to Kenya or Rwanda? Neighboring countries. If it is true, why is it that the cost of power in our neighboring countries is much lower than what we have in Uganda? Currently, we the consumers, the household expenditure is standing at 780 shillings per unit. This is very expensive. We need to do something about it. 2, there are so many institutions which are involved in the supply of this electricity. We have the generation, we have the transmission, we have the distribution. Do we have any prospect of merger, because there's an ongoing merger which is taking place, so that we remain with something like Uganda Electricity Board? We get rid of those transmission, all those other institutions. We remain with one. Is there any prospect of merger? That's my other question. Because I can see that this is more or less a duplication of service. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
you.
You will get the responses after five questions.
Chairperson,
yes, please. The one next to you'll be next.
Good afternoon. By the name is Alan Thomas Ogwal, a resident of Nile Bay. I'm representing the community of Nile Bay. We are having a community of 100 people. We missed out the government program of electrifying the area. So we did a survey with some electrical company, and gave us a quotation of 46 million. That we, the community of Nile Bay, we are trying to work it out, and we are collecting money. I don't know if it is the right procedure, but my humble question is, how can Omeme help us, the community of Nile Bay, just close here with a community of 100 people that are missing out power in that area, just within Lira City here, Lira City West? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next, over to you, sir.
Yeah, all protocol observed. I'm James Achiela, the People's Representative in Lira City West Division Council. I'm here on almost a similar concern raised by my councillor who represents us in Lira City Council. For quite some time, over 3 years ago, there were some signatures of my people who were collected, purportedly to make a follow-up on extension of power line in my area, and more so in the former Lira sub-county, which is already next to the city. Not only Lira sub-county, which is next to the city, but this is more or less a general concern. Even in Lira City East, the former sub-counties who are now within the city are equally suffering without power. The direct question is that, after doing all this survey, the signatures have been collected, and with the promise that by January, which is just some few weeks ago, few weeks to come, shall we be guaranteed of any positive actions so that we get power in our area? This has been promised by the engineers who came on the ground in consultation with our elected members of parliament. This is the right forum where I should appropriately get the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peter Okelo Deke. I do represent Lira Regional Referral Hospital. First and foremost, I would really like to appreciate the whole electricity team, umeme, ERA, and whoever. 4, considering having dedicated power lines to the hospitals, and especially for Lango sub-region, LIRA, Regional Referral Hospital, that is ongoing. I want to appreciate the process. The concern I have is, as all this exercise is going on, we are having a situation coming where we are being told that the team that is doing the work only gets the power up to the transformer. From the transformer, I'm told there are some blinds, is it something, over stoppers or something that is there. Before then, the line can now be connected to the hospital. My concern is, I think, let it be appreciated that as institutions, we are not knowledgeable about what happens with the lines. By the time this line connection came, we already heard what was going on. If there is anything that involves a cost or otherwise, then there should be some clear official communication so that we are able to budget and also be able to prepare to receive the line. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kello.
Can I continue?
Those are 5?
There are more than 5.
Okay, one more.
One more? There is a hand.
We shall come to this side after the responses.
Yes, Madam Chair and all members present here. I'm Ajini Jufri, a vendor from Lira Main Market. I'm up here to bring the issue of the problem of people from the Lira Main Market. There we have a bulk meter, and this bulk meter is making the vendors to suffer a lot because we have different interests. Some people are using tailoring machines. Some people are just using it for light. And you know, we have been echoing this issue out, requesting of Meme and the concerned persons to help us, provide us with Yaka. And you find out the procedure for Yaka is not easy for us. I therefore now request you, office, to help us find a way of putting Yaka in our market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we ask our CEO and our technical teams to avail yourselves for the required responses to these questions and inquiries.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and I thank the participants that have raised these questions. I will respond to those that are of regulatory nature and those that are of policy nature, and then invite the presenters from the licensees to respond to those that require their responses. Now, may I give a general response to all those who are raising questions related to applications for new connection, either as a community where you've contributed to the scheme and now you want to know the progress and the way forward, or as a beneficiary like the hospital where the line is almost arriving but the final termination, you are being told that components are missing. Now, there is a specific commission within the ministry that subsumed the activities of the former Rural Electrification Agency. That is the Commission for Rural Electrification, headed by Engineer Abdon Twine. And for the projects have specific project managers that can give details to DOT on where, why, when. So may I request that these questions, I carry them to the Commission of Rural Electrification in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and then we'll be able to respond. And please register these that are related to community contributions for power extension, where signatures were undertaken, and you are wondering when. I have some general information, but I think you deserve specific information. I know that these were initiated for the World Bank funded project, which is still work in progress. But you need specific information on when, where we considered it, because you may have collected our signatures, but when it came to fitting within the budget, maybe we are prioritized for another project. That is why I'm saying let's register this formally, and I take it to the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, to be actioned by the Commissioner Rural Electrification. Please, when you register this, add your contact or the contact of the team leader of that group. The next one was, is Uganda exporting power to Kenya? The answer is yes. Is the power being, the costs of power in Kenya lower than the costs of power in Uganda? The answer is no. And I want also to qualify this because I have the exact, I'm just arriving from Mombasa. When I presented, I indicated that we are entering into a regional arrangement where we share information to prepare for regional power trade. I know that in some countries within the EAC, the tariffs are a bit lower, especially Tanzania, but that is because there's a lot of subsidization by government. Now, for our government, it is doing a subsidy in kind that they are focusing on implementing cheaper generation resources. That is why we received Karuma and Isimba as publicly developed projects that come in with a lower tariff as compared to privately developed projects. And this one also in the long run will be able to bring the tariff lower. But our tariffs are not the highest. I have the numbers and we can share them with the team. The other one is to do with the progress on the rationalization. Let me term it that way. Because the government is undertaking the process of, others call it merger, others call it restructuring, others call it rationalization, others call it the second generation reform. In my presentation, I did highlight that following a cabinet resolution or decision, we've not renewed licenses for some of the distribution entities to ensure that now we have one distributor within the country. So we didn't renew so far 5. FADISAT, we did not renew when the license expired. PACMEX, CREXI, Kilembe Investments, these we have not renewed. We are working the rationalization journey, meaning that come first April 2025, we are going to have 3 distribution companies instead of the original 7. And which are these 3? It is Wenereko, and when Wenereko also their license comes to an end, it will move on to UEDCL. It is Kalangala Infrastructure Services on the island, and when also their licenses come to the end, it will move to the UEDCL. But for the entire mainland, all the regions, they will be under one distribution company. So the rationalization has started. However, as we do the rationalization, we are being very careful. We don't want to add rubber to metal to wood. For example, an engineer who is familiar with turbines cannot climb a tower So we don't want, we want to have transparency into the performance of the sector so that we are able to dig up inefficiencies and be able to serve you at an equitable price. So we are being very conscious and careful. We even have on board a consultant who is monitoring, reviewing, and is coming up with a report to further guide us on the best structure that is prioritized, that is efficient, delivers value, but also is transparent enough so that the consumer pays value for money. Thank you. I have responded to that. The issue of bulk meters, the market, the vendors of Lira market. Now, we used to have individual meters, not particularly only in the market, but for millers, for commercial buildings, those arcades. We used to have individual meters. And then later on, because the owner of the building takes responsibility if utilities are not paid and the tenant moves, they advocated for bulk meters, including the millers. Because bulking gives you a lower price. We're already talking about issues of affordability. The higher you consume, as I said in my presentation, the lower. That is why me and you, the domestic, who receives power after it has gone through the generation, the transmission, the distribution, and then now the line meanders and the transformer is injected, all that journey as the conductors, as the wires transmit electricity, they are heating. And therefore you are increasing the loss, you are increasing the cost of delivering electrons. That is why prudently the domestic person pays higher than the industries that are near the big substations, or even if far the big substations, they tap at high voltage. So the issue of asking for individual meters should be put into perspective with the applicable tariff. Because the reason of bundling or bulking, there are two reasons. One was to manage the losses that were happening and they were attributed to the landlord. But then number two is to ensure that the tariff is fairer. But we will look into this because this is the partly we are responsible together with the distribution company, and then engage the market. Because now you may find in the bulk arrangement, you may be paying maybe somewhere between 500, 600, 650. But if you remain alone in your meter, you will join me of 780. And the market is for business and profit making. And we want to contribute to optimizing the price of electricity that you pay. Chair, I would like to invite Umeme to respond to the notice that has been issued for shutdown for 2 days. As a regulator, we encourage licensees to cooperate with the consumers, industries, markets, so that you agree on the right timing for long outages. For faults, it is okay, because the fault has already occurred. You have to restore. But where you are scheduling maintenance, the conversation must happen so that it is for the good and it brings in the balancing of other considerations. But Umeme, I'm not sure whether I have the operational team of Umeme here, whether you know this notice that is circulating, that and Lira referral post, Peter, I think, is it Umeme? If it is Umeme, please respond. Thank you.
Mr. Kasita, can you get us some more microphones?
I only need one microphone, not two. Thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Kauju, and I work at Umeme as the head of communications and marketing. Thank you for attending, and thank you for the questions. Specifically, there is some work that needs to be done, that needs to be concluded at Kole substation. So there was a request for shutdown, which was approved starting tomorrow from 8 to 6 p.m. And then the next day as well. So we are working with the teams to ensure that we can provide power as fast as possible. It is actually in our interest that we can keep power on, because if we are not serving you with power, then we are also not working. So they only happen once in a while, and there's a very rigorous process, as the CEO has indicated, that we go through to get the shutdowns approved. There was another question on the dedicated line to Lira Hospital. I am very happy to see Mr. Odeke here, because personally I went there to meet the hospital management together with them, and they were very happy. They said they have actually been chasing for a dedicated line to the hospital for a very long time. However, our responsibility is actually delivering this power up to the meter, but our technical teams are very available, and we have indicated that to the team to support them to ensure that there is a clear delivery of this line to the hospital, just as we have done with all the other referral hospitals. So we want to commit our support to ensure that we'll go all the way together with you to ensure that this is safely delivered. I think those are the two critical items. The other one on meters in the market, CEO, you have handled very well. I want to thank you for that, and I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Can we take now another pipe?
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saddam Khalif. I'm a resident of Lira. My business is called Burshale Millers. I deal with manufacturing. At the same time, I'm a farmer. Thank you. I would like to pass on the greetings to all of you, the Electricity Association here today. It is a very good, I call it a very good opportunity to talk to us, to the public, because it is the consumers who are making you guys live to the past. Okay? My question comes to, we have a very high units when it comes to manufacturing industry. What do I mean that? When it comes to millers, we have an association which runs by, we call it Lira Small Scale Association. At the same time, we have Lango Cooperative. I'm one of the members, executive members. So I was like, the units are so expensive. We are using almost 600 to 650 units. My current bill always ranges from 8 to 9 million per month. When I calculated the whole year, it is almost 110 million. It is too expensive. We have overloaded transformers. I think that's Umeme. But since Umeme says that it is this and that person out, so we'll follow the route. But now we have overloaded transformers. One transformer, we are almost 15 manufacturers. So we don't have a good service delivery. What should be done? Also, we were talking, as in we were discussing as the association, the members, that since we are in association, and they said the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. But that, like when we are in bulk meters, we will be cheaper. But now, when I look at it, being on bulk, it's too expensive. What do I mean that? When 2009, at that time, we were on single phases, we were in 3 phases, but one transformer, someone using, it was cheaper. So we were requesting if they could be having an industrial yaka that a person can buy for what he can consume to fight the losses. There are a lot of energy losses. I have a message to pass by. I invited one of my friends, he's not here. I invited him all the way from Russia. He's an investor in Lira. I told him, you come and invest in Lira. He invested oil mill. Down the road, there's a people called, I think, UEDCL, right? Yeah, the distribution company. This person had a problem. He was conned 50 million. He asked for a transformer, but he wasn't given. So we have it here. And up to right now, he's around. But only that he's not in the country. He left. So he told me to pass on that message. Since Umeme is leaving, UDCL is coming in, we are all scared. Back to UDCL. We were talking about, since Umeme is in the cities, I call them urban areas. I have a small farm, 10 kilometers from Lira. UDCL is there. The Umeme is it's not good. The Umeme is not good. It's too low. Like even it can't light up the bulbs. So I don't know, this big tax coming in, I don't know what's going to happen. I would like also we talk about net metering, about the cooking, because some of us, we are also dealing with LPG, that is liquefied petroleum gas. We are using gas at home. So how is Umeme going to be cheap in the long run since we have LPG? LPG, we use 100,000 the whole month. It can even push to even 2 months. But Umeme, I was looking at net metering, the cheapest it is 103. So I want to understand there, how are we going to be regulated? Giving back to the community, Umeme. I had in Lira, you have given back to the police. You have painted the police station. But now, it is good. But now, what you should be looking at are the people who are in the hospitals, people in the community. We need street lights. We also need you to look at the energy sectors, people who are dealing with manufacturers. Like these gas cookers, even you are not supposed to be asking money for a year. You should be giving us. That also could be a very good feedback. So I will be stopping here. I will thank you.
Yes, Chair.
The one immediately.
Thank you so much. My name is Utim Moses. I am Secretary for Education for Lira District, and I'm here for Lira District Chairperson. I want to put two issues forward. In 2018-2019, a survey was done in our district in a bit to connect the rural communities, especially in the health centers, the schools, and the upcoming training centers and town council. These were partially fulfilled. I want to inquire from here whether all the surveyed area which were left behind will still be handled. That is number one. Then two, I want to speak about the quality of the transformers which were connected in rural areas during the program of REA. A situation where in only my sub-county, in less than 6 months, all the 3 transformers busted. And it takes like 6 months, 3 months, 7 months for the new one to be put in place. I am wondering about the quality of these transformers which is put in rural setting compared to the urban setting. I want to be ascertained with the quality, or there is some bit of segregation of people in the rural setting and the people in the urban setting. Lastly, my concern is when the 3 institutions were making the application here, I don't remember whether the presiding chair or the CEO made it very clear that our idea will be picked, but the approval will not be made today. I am wondering a situation where now we put forward our idea during this consultation and it is not considered during your extraordinary sitting and tomorrow again we will be asked to give way forward in a bit to have the, because what I'm wondering here, I want to draw my concern to item in the last presentation, which were highlighted 1.8 billion to do the survey on the losses of the vandalization and so on, which to me, if you check from the two other institutions, is almost a similar thing. So I want to request that the process of mergers should be fastened enough so that we have a single body which does not run duplication of things in 3 different sectors. I submit.
Next.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I want to thank the organizers of this public hearing meeting. My name is Samuel Echumu. I work for Loroka PTC, and I represent an aggrieved community of members in Boroboro. We had an official from Umeme who visited us in the community and convinced us that there is a promotion in Umeme by government, that each person should be able to contribute 200,000 shillings to be connected. So we mobilized members, we looked for resources very fast, and we gave this man money. Now, after about 4 months, we realized that it was a scam. We had to visit Umeme office, Lira, and we were told that this is not right. It is never 200,000. It's less than 200,000. And that's the time we learned that we were actually cheated. So I want to pray as I put across this fear that this type of people should never cross to the next company that is going to serve us. And my question is directly to the chairperson. How are you going to sieve off these culprits? Because we are bleeding, we are not happy. Actually, if this person gets back to our community, the people of Umeme, don't be surprised that this official is likely to suffer a public, how do I put this, mob justice. That is it. Because this is not right. So, in a nutshell, I'm saying there is corruption by some people who work for Umeme, not the entire Umeme, but by some people. And this is a fact. I am bold because we have records of this. So that is one thing. The other one is that we have always paid for power. You pay 20,000 and you get more units. But sometimes you pay 20,000 again and you get less units because of the taxes. So and there is no direct education to the consumer of what brings about this, how much is the tax. It is never clear. So my request to the next company that is taking over from Umeme is that maybe you should have the opportunity or a method of educating people so that we understand what happens. The last one is a request to you, the chairperson. Honestly, if you move to areas of Amuria, areas of Potuke, areas of Bagago, along the road you see charcoal everywhere. And that is how we are destroying our country. And the consumers of this charcoal are in town. And these are people who can afford electricity. But why are they buying charcoal? It is because electricity is very expensive. So we are talking of 400 shillings, 300, 500, 700. My request is that let this cost of a unit be lowered to 300 shillings so that we can afford and we save our trees. Thank you very much. I submit.
Don't clap. The rules of engagement on the window, then this side, then on the left.
Thank you very much, the chair and the members around. My name is Obonyo Bosco Elim. I'm a consumer of the power. I have two issues to raise. One, I want to thank the chairperson and the executive director for the communication of error you made, that you have now increased the power. You have been talking of megawatts, now you have gone to the giga, which means that you now have enough power here. I want to believe that most of us here are farmers. And we know very well that when there is a bumper harvest of the crops, the prices always go down. But this one, you see, the reverse. The power has increased, but the cost has again gone up instead of going down. So the authority, please, you exercise your authority so that we shall believe that you are the authority. Then lastly, is on the Omeme. This is about the cost of connection. Of recent, there was a program there where it said that the government is connecting people, and people applied. They paid all the money, and up to now, some people have not yet been connected. They tell you they have suspended the operation. You wait for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, they say now they have opened. After 2 weeks again, they say they have suspended. Now, these suspensions are going to go up to when? When the money is about to close their operations. Where are they going to, or who are they going to hand over to? Then lastly, is basically on the cost. This cost of private connection is 3 times the one of the Umeme. I mean the one of the government. The one the government said we should use, like the one I'm talking about, the cost is about 110,000, including that certification fees, the connection, and so forth. But now, when they tell you that it is only the private which is connecting, every day they are connecting, by the way, madam. And their cost of that connection is 480,000. And the other one is 100 and what? And 10 roughly. What makes the other private so much higher than this one of the government? That difference is too much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is David Agaku. I'm a consumer. My question is, during the month, in the middle of the month, when you're buying your unit, it is cheaper. But when the month is ending, like on the 30th, 31st, even if you buy a unit of 20,000, they will still tell you you have not paid tax, and your units will not come. And yet I know, as I'm buying my units, there's value added tax already attached to it. So why is it easier to get those units in the middle of the month or through the month, but on the last day of the month or the first day of the month of a new month, you must first pay tax, then your units can be given. Thank you. That is directly to Meme and then the regulator as well.
God is good and all the time. Madam Chair and the team from Kampala, my concern is, I'm seeing that almost, okay, let me say 80% of the participants here are interested in knowing how much are you going to charge for the electricity next year. And for example, If say you are going to reduce the unit to like 200 shillings per unit, or you are going to increase to 800 shillings per unit. So the best we can do now is for you and your team to make that pronouncement, so that these other questions people are asking, they are just beating around what you are supposed to tell them. Then secondly, this is your first trip, okay, to make this consultation. Those ones from Kampala and some other regions complain that the northerners are the ones who have set the price increase or the price reduction. Thank you.
You didn't introduce yourself.
I'm known by the names Okelo Dennis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And by the names Will Tom, I'm a councillor for Lera City East. I want to put this one before you, Madam Chair. As politicians, we are now entering our season for campaign. And there are many polls that are redundant in our villages, especially during campaign period. Your engineers always allow us as politicians to influence them. That I just want you to go and erect this poll so that I make my politics through. And you as a professional engineer, you also go by my idea as a lay politician, because you just want to cover me. And after you erecting those polls, and I succeeded because it is during my campaign, and then you make it now remain there, wireless, not wired. Won't you be sued before court, Madam Chair, after that one? And how long should the poll remain unwired? Those are two questions I want to understand. And for the issue of error, it is ERA. When you bring the middle letter first, it becomes rare. So the issue of rare to Meme, to you EDCL, and to you as a mother error, we are getting more confused. Because you may get 3 polls in the villages. I can say the first, the second, and the third. When the middle one falls down, the wires get sagging. You report to error, no, we were not the one concerned with this system. You go to Meme. And after a person dies, because the wire may even be bad, you get it. So when you report to error, you say you go to our Meme. You go to your nearby office. You go to them. Let's wait for the authority to tell us when and how to go and rectify those situations. Please, madam, we are suffering. When you go back, as the other man told Jesus, that when you reach heaven, you remember us. So when you go there to the ministry, try to remember Lera. And above all, if we were supposed to recommend these UMEME members before you here, we were going to say, take this one away, take this one away, take this one away. They are encircled with corruption. You have heard enough. Thank you, madam.
Let us respond to this first and come to you. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chair of the public hearing. And again, I thank the participants for raising these pertinent questions. I will respond to some and then invite the presenters to respond to those that have been directed to them directly. There was a question on overloaded transformers. And the delay when you report to upgrade the transformer. This one I propose that you register with us to identify. May I request Engineer Kaketo to stand up? If you have an overloaded transformer, please register so that we identify its location, so that then we submit it among those to be upgraded. But going forward, you raise this to your immediate distribution company. And the reason that we are availing ourselves, putting offices in the region, having these public hearings across the country, is to enable you raise these complaints continuously. So please, even when you discover this, when this public hearing has ended, please submit so that we are able to act accordingly. Now, there was an issue. I will respond to the cost at the end, and for all those questions relating to the cost. Concerning the illegality where the community, where an intending consumer was conned of 50 million shillings, that they will provide a transformer, and to date nothing has happened. This is an illegal case because you indicate that your colleague was conned, and it's unfortunate that we can't interface with him directly, but advise him to raise this matter to the court so that it is taken up, because this is a criminal offense. On poor voltage, please let's submit the details of the location so that we check the transformer capacity and complement your efforts in ensuring that the utility upgrades that transformer. You raised the issues of net metering and LPG. Let me stand on these ones because they are wide topics and they are not among the public hearing issues. But the regulations for net metering are up. Through the UECCC, we are distributing the cans and the gas cookers at a subsidized price, in addition to what UMEME is doing, which they are requesting them to try and give back to the community. Now, there was an issue of these surveys that are done and implementation was done partially. The electricity is like water. It extends progressively. When we finish one project, it means that then we need to move on to package other projects until we achieve our target of access for all by 2030. So please take note that once we capture these details by way of survey, when we capture the GPS coordinates, the spatial raster data, we keep it for the next project. So they may not have implemented the project at once, the whole of it. As you may imagine, usually these applications include very many villages. And the approach has been to first prioritize the hospitals, schools, community centers, health centers, the gombololas. And then now we deepen inside. So we're almost reaching the point of deepening inside. And they will be handled. On the quality of transformers, I take note that the rural rare transformers have not performed well. Indicates that 3 transformers were installed, and within 3 months, he used the word busted. But I believe that they faulted, they became faulty, and they could not serve the purpose of its installation. We need to follow up this. Please give your contact to Kaketo to know which is this particular area. We are aware that in effort to promote local content, we are also buying and using transformers from the local market. And you know, when you are starting production, you continue with the process of perfecting certification by UNBS, so that it's a good thing because we need our transformers manufactured here. The more they are manufactured here, we avoid the dollarization of the sector. We also avoid the transportation cost. But the quality improves progressively. But the condition we have put to them, that when the transformer fails within the defect liability period, there must be a warrant that they replace it at no cost to the consumer. That is how we are managing to encourage and motivate them to improve their production process. Otherwise, if we completely close out on them, it means our country will never produce any transformers. But it is a continuous process. So that is why I need to know this particular place so that we follow up who supplied those transformers and how were they handled. Of course, we regret the delay in the replacement, but once you enter into that arrangement, then when they fail, you trigger warranty clauses in the contract because it is still under defect liability. Then now he has to do the procurement and the supply and the install. And so it takes a bit of time. It is an inconvenience that we are going through, but it is for the good cause. Where we stand now, we can even wire or wind the transformers, big transformers like those you see in Buyout, Lira substations. We have an industry that has been set up in Jinja that repairs those big transformers. A transformer is the most expensive asset on the network, and therefore you don't want it to be a plug and play, that it will fail and you'll be throwing it away, because then it increases the operation and maintenance cost, which now contributes to the high tariff that we are trying to bring down. But please register so that we follow up with that manufacturer so that we are able to improve the standard. Now, and there is no discrimination. We don't say that we need good transformers because the rural areas of today are the municipalities of tomorrow. That is what they call economic transformation. The small manufacturers, tomorrow they will be medium and next day they will be extra large. That is what we call industrialization of the economy. So there is no discrimination. I just wanted to clarify on that. Now, you also raised a pertinent issue of possible redundancies. For example, you pointed the 1.8 billion for a study on losses that are contributed by vandalism, which we've already lamented in here. That vandalism is a self-destruction habit. We want electricity. We want it to be reliable. We are paying the cost of this infrastructure, and then these non-patriotic, a few Ugandans, either ignorantly or intentionally, because I don't think they get a lot of rewards from that. They vandalize the equipment. So we take note, and as a sector, we are coming up with a center of excellence to serve the entire industry across. Merger or no merger, we are coming up with a centralized facility that is able to handle these specialized activities and services so that there is no repetition and redundancy. Now, on the timelines for merger, the information that I have from my minister is that given that the consumer, the electricity consumer, is going through the transition from umeme to another company, and that is not small, because it means, like you've been saying, that you may see different faces at the district. You may end up seeing different people, different managers, different regional managers. The sector has requested government to allow us to first handle the transition of receiving our assets back from umeme, and then after that, go on to the transition, to completion of the transition of merger. But as we receive these assets, I've already shared that in the distribution segment, we've already started the rationalization. We are not encouraging splitting. Wherever the license ends, we bring together. Wherever the license ends, we do bring together. That is Boroboro. This question went to Meme, that an official collected money. But also, this is a bit of a criminal offense, but I would like Umeme to comment whether this person is known to them, and you have helped the community to clarify as well as recover their money, because why did this person collect the money? So please, you will clarify on this, but this is a criminal offense. And me, I don't understand, I don't underestimate the power of collective being together, working together. Although I don't want to encourage you to work outside the provisions of the law. Don't commit another crime by wanting to solve another crime. Let's follow the laws and the processes that are in place. But Umeme will clarify on this further. Now, there is a question on when you pay early in the month, when you pay later in the month. The Director Economic Regulation, Dr. Koboy, will respond on to that, on the issues of lifeline, on the issues of fixed charge vis-a-vis taxes. When do they come in? And this concern has always been on and on. As a head of ERA, what I can promise you is that we will deepen the engagement and the sharing of this information. I know that we even have a video, we have worksheets on this. There are times when we up the game of sensitization, it comes down, but now it seems the confusion is again coming up. So the Director Economic Regulation, Dr. Koboy, will respond to that. Then there was an issue of, I said I will talk about the price at the end, whether it is 200, 300, 900, 1,000. I will comment on that at the end. The increased, the law of demand and supply, yes. The law of demand and supply, incidentally in the electricity sector, it works in the reverse. In the reverse, in such that is why in my presentation I indicated that the more we release this suppressed demand, the more the costs are spread over many consumers, and the lower the tariff comes down naturally. However, these electrons that you see, before even a license is issued, before the plant is set up, the developers, the government pays the money. Meaning that the little we take, the more we pay. Meaning that now, what is important is what government has engaged in to connect all people onto the network, to popularize the value addition centers of the PDM, to popularize minor value addition, so that these electrons are all consumed, so that the cost is spread over many consumers and it naturally comes down. Otherwise, if that is not done during this period of cost recovery, you are paying back a debt. Because you have to pay debt for these engines. Yes, the turbines. The good thing is that they are going to be here, like in Narubale, they were talking about 70 years. They will outlive us, our children and great-grandchildren will enjoy them. For them, they will enjoy the way we are enjoying in Narubale and Chira, because debt is paid, the cost is very low. Now, for the plants where the debt is not yet paid, the Bujagali, the Karuma, the Isimba, we have to pay debt. So the more we use this energy, the less the impact on the end user tariff. Because we are using the energy, and therefore we are able to pay and spread the cost over a big number of consumers. Now, the Umeme, there is a question on that you are not prioritizing to connect people on the government program, and that you are like in those days of electricity, you are on and off with the program. They come today, you've suspended. Then they hear, you've resumed. Then they come, then you say pay 480. Then you pay 110. Please speak through those issues when you respond, so that we make it clear to the public on the programs that are being implemented, funded by government, not by the private consumer. DR, you'll answer David also. First day, expensive. Last day, middle. Please, you'll answer that. How much are you going to charge next year? And there is a concern that since this is the first public hearing in Lira, if the cost increases, won't the entire country say the Lira people accepted for the cost to increase? Now, at the beginning of this public hearing, the moderator and indeed the person who was giving procedure was very clear that the decision is not going to be made today because the board that you saw there is not here. There is only one member who is chairing. What we can assure you is that your comments will contribute to the input in addition to those we've received through the print media, in addition to those that to the applications. All of that will be able to sieve out and synthesize and be able to determine these applications in the best interest of the public and the consumer. So Lira, don't worry. Kampala has done this for 19 years. You've never attacked them. There is no way they can come for you. But most of the time, by the way, these tariffs are going down. Like, for example, the person who was commenting on numbers, when I was presenting, I really indicated that these tariffs were way over 1,000. Now we are in 700, and as we increase access, as we increase consumption, we are coming down. We are not only targeting industries 5 cents, but we are targeting power to be affordable to all the customer categories to improve the quality of lives of the citizens. Now, incomplete schemes, they have started completing these schemes. It is unfortunate that your voters are saying you gave us the air. But this was as a result of intermittency in the project that was implementing. But now they have started completing these schemes. If you want the detail of when they will be where, again, register your number with Mr. Kaketa, and then we shall be able to channel you through to the ministry. Those projects are implemented by the ministry through the Rural Electrification Commission. How long should the pole stand? These poles have a lifetime of about 12 to 20 years if they are wooden, and then concrete 20 years and above. But we don't want poles to stand without delivering electrons to the consumer. So we are concerned, and therefore we are going to take up this with the ministry, because most of them were implemented under the TBEA, under the ERT 1, 2, 3, and these are funding through the Treasury implemented by the ministry through the Rural Electrification arm. Now, a pertinent question is about your service provider referring you to other parties. Please hold your service provider accountable. When he says rare, umeme, era, what, don't listen. Tell them to take up that background. So it is their responsibility. They are paid to do that. You don't know rare, you signed a contract to be able to be supplied with power with your distribution company. Let it be the one to do the rest, but not you to be able to find out whether this is now ministry, this is now rare, this is now meme, this is now UDCL. No. The only thing that he can do is to give you a schedule and keep you updated so the problem is resolved, but not to refer you to the deep, which deep you may not be the best placed person to identify who, where, and when. I now give opportunity to Meme to respond to the residual questions. Thank you. And the DR, the Director Economic Regulation. Let's start with DR and then Meme. You introduce yourself again and respond to, please clarify, why are people paying more on the first day, paying more on the last day, and then paying fairly in the middle of the month?
Thank you. I'm called Okoboy Geoffrey. As the CEO has said, I'm the Director, Economic Regulation. In brief, Economic Regulation is in charge of determining the price for the electricity that you pay. You and me, all of us pay for. Now, the electricity that we pay has 3 components. The first component is the service fee. The service fee for every month, like even water, you pay for service fee. So the service fee is 3,360 for us who are domestic consumers. The other component is what we call the energy charge. Now for the units, the Yaka units that we buy, we also pay for it. And it is paid according to the tariff that is charged for that month, for that quarter. So in every year, the tariffs are changed 4 times. So there are 4 quarters for which the tariffs are changed. So there is a quarterly adjustment of the tariff. If the tariff has 2 components. There is what we call the lifeline. That is the tariff that the government has put in place to support people who are low income. So a unit is sold at 250 shillings. And you are capable of taking only 15 of those units which are sold at 250 shillings. Now, units above 15, and many people, by the way, may consume just 15 units in a month. Now, units above 15 are charged at a price which depends. It can be 796 in a given month, or 802, depending on the adjustments that are made. The other component is the tax. That is the value-added tax, as it was said. So all that constitute what we pay for the unit of electricity. Now, at the beginning of every month, government will charge a tax, and you will pay service charge. In between the month, the moment you have paid those 2 components of the tax and service charge, for service charge you pay once in a month, but the tax you pay every time you buy a unit of what? Electricity. That means that there will be a difference in the number of units you will receive. The other units, we said 15 of them, you get them at the beginning of your purchase. So if you have, for example, we take an example that you have 10,000 that you have just used at the beginning of the month, when they have just the month has started. When you pay 10,000, you are capable of taking 1,000 and you qualify for the 15 units. You will be capable of taking even up to 17 units for the 10,000 that you have you have used to pay. But subsequently, when you buy again the electricity, now it will be charged at 796. This time you bought it at 250. That's why you got more units. But now when you buy it at the higher price, you are likely to get what? Lower units, because now the price is higher. And that is now the issue of education that you said. So this education is very important, and Umeme has a full, they call it an app. For those who have smartphones, I encourage you to download that application of Umeme, which gives information on how you can determine the number of units you are going to get in case you do a purchase. We also continuously give that information whenever we have an opportunity to talk to the consumers, as we are doing today, and we thank you very much for raising that question. When we have an opportunity to speak on the radio, we also bring this information to the public. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Director, Economic Regulation. Please let me call upon Umeme for a likely response, and then to ask our secretary to share with us the summary of our public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director, for simplifying my job of public education by giving them a link to the app. Yeah, and thank you very much, members that have raised the questions towards our service in Lira and the surrounding. I want to assure you of our commitment to serve you even better every passing day. Because I did indicate to you that if you actually do not have that power, then I have no reason to be in office. And same as my colleagues here. So we are dedicated to giving you safe and reliable power as we are mandated to do. I will start on the issue of connections, especially the government connections. It is true, as the CEO indicated, that we are actually implementing the government-funded program, commonly known as the Scale-Up program. And it is open right now. We do not have any suspension right now. And I wanted to share some numbers specifically for Lira. So we had a backlog. As you know, I indicated to you that this is a government program. We do the connections as and when the funds are available. And I want to tell you that the funds are available. As we speak now, as of end of October, in Lira alone, both for poll and no poll service, we have connected over 2,800 customers, new customers that we have brought on board. So the poll service is what delayed a bit, but we started on it, and we are continuing to do that. So the backlog that we had, we've connected actually up to the applications that were made up to May 2024. So this exercise indicates that they haven't got that report, but we are very, very committed to fighting corruption, especially in our service. And we have indicated to people that one of the reasons we phased out cash offices in all our service centers in Umeme was because of corruption. But it takes two people, you know, to get involved in corruption. The person who is giving, and probably because they are desperate for a service, and also the one who receives. But we have taken and will continue to take drastic measures, especially on people who engage in corruption. We are going to work with you, Samuel, and anybody else here who says that somebody has picked money from them, so that we can actually bring these people to book. As the CEO has indicated, again, this is a criminal matter and needs to be investigated up to the very last dot. And we have been following up on such cases elsewhere, and we have uprooted such people. So there are no cash offices anymore in Umeme anywhere. So if you want to access our service, you'll have to make these payments through our payment partners, the banks, or mobile money. Because we can easily trace these transactions, and you're able to tell that I paid Peter 200,000 on this day for this particular service. So for emphasis, Chair, since I have the microphone, let me just re-emphasize that the government program is actually open right now, and you only have to pay the inspection money after wiring your house. You will pay 41,000, we'll come and inspect, and once that is done, you will progress to the next level, and you'll pay 15,000, so that that will support your preloaded units. Let's please work together to stamp out corruption. We are all Ugandans. We are not working so that we can relocate to Mars or after here. That is why we're all here. We know for sure that the network is there. It will be operated by people. I haven't seen Engineer Ziria, the CEO here, deploy any robots anywhere on the network. It will be operated by skilled people. And we have told people, we have told our staff, this statement of term agenda will not work. You will actually be uprooted before the term ends. So we are committed, ladies and gentlemen, to serving you with all our hearts, with all our passion, because we want, and we are very sure that where power is, there is indeed a change in life, because many people depend on power to conduct their services. So that is what I have to share, Madam Chair. and also to reassure members of the public that should anything like that happen, please report to police or report to our manager. If you feel you don't want to interface with the manager, again, report through our toll-free numbers, which is 0800 385 385 or 0800 285 285. We'll be able to attend to those matters. But again, I want to thank you for supporting us and also for listening to me. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Secretary, kindly share with us the report.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Okay, I'm here just to give you a very high-level summary of what has transpired here today. You have been a very good and attentive audience, which means I don't have to say much. I'll give you just the statistics of the attendance today. We've had a total attendance of 893 people on both platforms, online and physical. In this room, we received 279 participants. Okay. In this public hearing, we've had 3 applications that were presented. The first one was one from Umeme Limited. It was presented by the managing director, and he thanked, he had a message of thanks, which seems to be like bye-bye. He thanked the support given to him given to Umeme Limited for the 20 years by the government of Uganda and the customers. And he emphasized that the promises made by the government and the company had come to fruition, and he gave examples of projects that had been commissioned, which have significantly improved the power supply situation. He indicated that this application is for 3 months, January to March 2025. So it's for 3 months. And he said that in those 3 months, the focus will be largely to close work-in-progress investments, reduce losses towards 13%, and collections towards 99% of revenue build, to transition preparation activities to ensure that there is smooth transition from Umeme Limited to UADCL. He also indicated, and has been reinforced by Mr. Kauju, that customer connections will remain a key focus, and addressing supply reliability issues and to ensure continuity. And on people, he indicated that they are focusing on staff engagement and to ensure that there is a smooth transition of staff from Umeme to UADCL. Finally, Umeme applied for a total distribution revenue requirement of 328.9 billion or $89 million for the period January 2025 to 31st March 2025 to recover costs of operation and investing in the distribution system. And the distribution price of Uganda shillings 246.9 per kilowatt hour. The next presentation was from UEGCL. UEGCL operates, is licensed to operate 5 power plants: Isimba, Karuma, Namamve thermal power plant, Nalubale, and Chira hydropower generation, hydropower plants. But this particular application made today relates to Kira and Nalubale, which with a capacity of 180 and 200 megawatts respectively. UEGCL requested for a total revenue requirement of 69 no, 60.39 billion to operate these two plants in the year 2025. And also expressed a number of challenges that they have encountered in the year under review. The next application was for UETCL. UETCL is licensed by ERA to undertake 5 activities. And in summary, the justification they gave for their capital requirements for next year included increasing grid infrastructure. The transmission line circuit is expected to increase from 3,385 to 6,456 kilometers by the end of 2025. They expect to construct new lines to upgrade existing infrastructure so that they're able to meet the increasing demand. They are planning to complete new transmission projects as well as optimizing generation dispatch to reduce transmission losses. They also want to alleviate transformer capacity constraints associated to overloaded transformers so that they can improve on the supply situation. Lastly, they want to undertake some initiatives related to vandalism, to curb vandalism of transmission lines and substation equipment, which is a very big challenge. And this will require some investments so that they can ensure that they can curb this vice and reduce loss of revenue. Finally, UETCL requested ERA for a cost-reflective tariff to enable it to deliver on its mandate. Specifically, the net energy purchase cost of 153.6 billion shillings, investment-related budget, an investment-related budget of 122.3 billion, a bulk supply tariff of 261.5 kilowatt hours. Ladies and gentlemen, with that high-level summary, I give you assurances that the detailed report of this public hearing will be available on our website by 27th December 2024. You can check there and it will be there. And finally, from me, I thank you for listening to me, and I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you. Now you can clap, it's okay.
With those remarks and the permission to clap, I declare the public hearing closed.
Thank you, Chair. With that high-level summary, we mark the end of our public hearing today, and we can now depart at leisure. Thank you so much for coming, and we wish that you come next time when we invite you for your matake.